YouTube is up. Let's go. What will break this time, guys? Any ideas? Actually, what is the oh, they give the 10 stones to the Spiritborn. The shaman said. Oof, the shoulders are so large, holy. We need to play a Tauren. Can we make a Tauren Spiritborn? I wonder how this looks on the male version, actually. Yeah, this is the Shaman T2 set from WoW. About the colors. The shoulders are so large, it doesn't really suit the Spiritborn, I feel. Maybe on the male version. Can do some Kerrigan. From Sandy, but it's also just a male thing. No, Sinrock. I need that one actually. Holy. It looks so small here though, because they made it a polearm, not a sword. So the blade is actually very small. But okay. Kinda cool with the Doom blade there. Okay, it's still 101, I guess. I'm trying to find Koron. Yeah, I like the Bonsandi a lot, but only on a male Spiritborn. Nice silence. How can you switch the claw that often? Yeah, so when you have 4 ferocity, it instantly resets, and you never lose ferocity. You just need 20 ranks and Ravager. That's it, basically. Where's this place? Is there a thing here? Third Druid this season. Yes. Actually, I made 5 different builds on Druid. I already released a Pulse and a Tornado guide on YouTube. And you can also see Boulder soon. I didn't make a video for Lacerate or for Spectre that I also played. Bit too slow here. But also, half my glyphs are not leveled at all. Still is. Do we keep the headhunter glyph? I have Kenny, Bane, Consumption. So that's Colossal. 2% per resolve. Seems balanced. I guess you have to do it. If we don't go resolve stack. It's actually crazy with like 60 stacks of resolve. Just get like a ×2 from the glyph, yeah. Wild. Here's innate. 50% DR for incarnate skill for 7 seconds. Actually the first time ever that I leveled this glyph, I think. Crazy. Is damage over time viable on druids? Yeah, I mean, maybe it definitely looks like it could be something. And besides that, I guess you have a bunch of poison stuff with the wolf. But I haven't actually really tried any dot stuff on the druid, so maybe another time. Okay. I was 17-11 actually, I just realized. Oh, we still have Fel Susa here. Oops. Need to check what else I can put there. I would like anger management. Is that a thing? I think in general it's probably time to do a few bosses. I want to wait on swappages from Duriel, I think. Any chance I could mention to Blizzard that you'd like our previously bought armors to also carry over to Paladin and Warlocks? I mean, what do you mean? Isn't it like always like class specific and stuff? Two more days, so 0.5. But isn't it on Friday? In 2 days we have the season 14 preview, I guess. And then in 3 days you have the PoE, you know. What I say about new rope of Aerostorm? Yeah, Aerostorms are actually really decent, it turns out. I know Ava was cooking some stuff. Oh, it's actually kind of close already here. Dot multi. Movement speed is not that useful, but okay. Good start. Wait a second, I wasn't unstoppable. Okay, here we go. Somehow I was not unstoppable, but he didn't stun me. Whoosha. But a Centipede main hall build for sure. What's my favorite thing to play? D4 right now. Okay, 30 Baleful Fragments for a non-ancestral unique. Yeah, when I go back to hardcore, I definitely have to filter every non-ancestral unique. Because else I'm gonna get fucked, yeah. And here... Oh my god, 130 Baleful Fragments. What? Oh my god. Alright. I think I have to filter all uniques actually when I go back to hardcore. Besides the ones I actually want. Because on hardcore I'm at 900k. Why is there... When you reach 1 million, you're gonna have Baleful Fragments everywhere. I want to check how much they're actually getting. And it's a lot, turns out. Okay, what happens if I just equip the Widow's Web that I found here? As it is, let's see what happens. We don't have a Coolian mod that helps us on the boss anyway.
Bring me a challenge next time.
To put Pestilence somewhere, I guess.
Be interesting.
We have this crappy one here. Hi, Flabo. Any plans to grab new Spirit builds? We all know Counter Swarm. Yeah, for now, it's kind of got started on this. So I need to figure out actually how this build works, and then, you know, we have a bit of a baseline. But the thing is, on Spirit Bond, so many things are buggy and whatever, it's kind of rough. Okay, so far it doesn't really seem like I'm doing more. I wonder if the crits of the swarms... Wait, do they even crit at all? Now also deal... Okay, so they do crit. In addition to... Oh look, Shadowbar. So I can try that on at some point. Now we get Berserking as well. Yeah, so when Durio stuns you, there is actually a moment where you can still run away if you're fast. Okay, so far my damage seems definitely much worse with Widow's Web, but I think we also forgot to change to this here. 20%. Yeah, just absorb. It's kind of strange. I'm not unstoppable, but I just absorb the thing, that's it. Also glad the Devourer killed him. It's mostly for trash clear. Yeah, but it's like kind of the thing we don't really need on this build. I mean, Nox Resonance was always a giga OP for AoE. And really weak on single target, and it seems like it's still the case, which is kind of interesting, right? Since it says it does 300%. It should be insane, but it's somehow not. It feels. Can try this though. But the thing is, we don't really want to combine Shadowvar and Widow's Web, right? Because I kind of want to get the pops. Oh, maybe it's fine. Morning, Winston.
Stones to cut. Gem jewel plucked from the sky.
So now we have no two-handed or Emerald aspect here. So not sure if we're gonna do something to Wusha. Damn.
Bring me a challenge next time.
Do we do crit or do we do dot? We have 15% crit chance. It's probably okay. There's only 2 aspects now, I should realize. So we can do this here, I guess. You have to remove supremacy. Actually, maybe not. I wonder if I can get away without pestilence. Because they already orbit us. They just don't spiral. Maybe that's actually not bad. I'll see.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
First try. Didn't have like 9 billion in gold. 9 billion is relatively nothing in this game, but also this is my softcore character right now. I have more in hardcore, yes. Click supremacy, everything for single targets. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It doesn't make too much sense. Because, you know, Video's web should technically be like a 300% aspect, right? Which is insane for an amulet. It's like insane in general. But somehow, it doesn't really work out on single target, and I never really understood why. I always feel like there's like something weird with the calculations. With the noxious resonance. Wait a second, I don't have the aspect. Oh, I do. How does it look when I don't have this one? But it's just like... I wonder if I'm better off not having this aspect. It's just like spiral faster, it is circle faster, right? Wait, let's see it. Seems like it does 6 circles. With this probably 9. Yeah, supremacy is really bad for bossing, of course. But I'm not gonna try to min-max this for bossing right now anyway. Although when we move to sick at some point, I guess we should figure out how much damage we actually need. Yeah, maybe we don't need this spiral thing. Kinda interesting. It's crazy, I'm on T10. I could like mythic every other kill here. I mean, technically you have a bit more coverage to go fast with the spiral. What time is the patch? Will be in 7 hours, I think. Oh, tenacity is now on the boots. I guess that makes sense. Kinda nice though. We don't have that many of these. Which eyeballs do we want to farm? This was Seer, right? So maybe keep the Shattered Vow. Get a Berserking. Get a 175 dot duration. Which I suppose is additive with this. Can we see it? "17 seconds. 6 seconds. Ah. Maybe it seems like a multi actually. Actually, not necessarily. Because you're gonna be at this. Do you have any other dots? Of a longer duration, maybe? Poisoning over 17 seconds, that's the same. "25 seconds. Nine. Ah, wait, this is only while it's active. So that is actually unchanged. Wait a second. Can you start an auto level 70 without Paragon level? No. You can't get rid of Paragon levels unless you make another account. Oh, it's +5 actually. So it is multiplicative. Damn. Okay. Imagine that character found. Yeah, I don't think character found would be very popular, but the option would be very nice. Because it is kind of cool to do like a fresh run sometimes, right? And also for like, you know, people want to do season start practice and this kind of stuff. And you just can't, you know? Like, in this game. Like, what is this? Like, I can't make a playthrough that is not completely polluted. Right? Like, why? What is this? Crazy that even with sick and stuff, boss damage is actually not great right now. It's weird that the season journey is shared between softcore and hardcore. Yeah, I guess they don't have the technology or something, I don't know. But I think that was the same in D3 actually, no? I think in D3 the season journey is also shared. And the challenge with cash and so on, so... Can we tank this? Interesting. So it does like 2.5 million damage. T11. Let's try again. This one just vanished because of the stagger. Is the Spirit Bomb broken now? I mean, the Spirit Bomb has been broken since day 1 of the season. I just didn't play it so far. Okay, this one is already nice. Knife and kill though.
Oh, finished so soon?
Okay, let's try a normal neck again. Where did we put that? Here. Has pestilence on it. So I have to put something here, I guess supremacy. I guess normally I'll probably put supremacy on the neck. But for bossing that's like really bad. But let's try it anyway. I guess realistically without sick bug and whatever, right, you would probably like swap out your neck for bossing. I'm expecting changes for Druid's Might of the Ursa unique, or Resolve mechanic in general. Well, not in this season anymore. Ship has sailed, I think. But yeah, I mean, on Thursday we're gonna have the next season preview, and they're absolutely gonna nuke Resolve. And also stuff like Gem Strength and so on, right? It's like all kind of messed up. So I think the Resolve tempo just needs to be completely deleted, basically, and then it's gonna be fine. It's crazy how much more damage it does. There is something wrong with fucking Noxious Resonance, or with this whip. I just look at this neck and I just killed this guy like 3 times faster. Which makes no sense, man. What does Spirit Bond do to survive? I mean, even my shit Spirit Bond here reaches like 5 million toughness with barrier up. It's more than my Warlocks. I mean, okay, granted, I have a normal helmet kit right now. Not a, here, 7 million. We don't have a harmony. But yeah, either way. Since the execution is kind of funny, I must say. Do Spellball and Paladin got items and glyphs that increase via resolve? Yeah, exactly. And this is precisely why I believe that the resolve tempo will be deleted. Because all these items and glyphs and all that, they are all balanced around not having more than the baseline resolve. You know? The Might of the Urzan gives you 13% damage per resolve. Normally you have 8 resolve stacks. So that ring is already better than the typical ring. Just from that, you know, you get 104% with 8 resolve stacks. You get 130% with 10 resolve stacks when you have Cleanse Anvil. You know, 130% for a ring is insane. You don't need any temper. You know, it's already insane. And the same goes for like the glyphs and stuff as well, right? When you have 8 resolve stacks and you have a colossal glyph, it's a 16%. So that is more than any other glyph on the secondary, outside of like consumption or some shit. So, you know, if you look at it through the game, everything is balanced around not having resolve temper. And if they delete the temper, everything is fine. So that's what they have to do. What do you mean everything is fine? Everything is fine. Can I do some anti-static propaganda? Yes. Salvage that shit. Okay. Can I update the retribution shield paladin from 2 months ago? I'm not doing the Shield of Retribution guide right now on Maxwell, but I think Hysteria has that one. There should be one on Maxwell. I'm pretty sure they made a new version for the expansion. Resolve is the only thing keeping us alive right now. Yeah, I think this is mostly like an issue of people haven't understood how to stay alive yet, right? And how to build defenses properly and so on. I mean, I do agree that some stuff is pretty nasty, and they could definitely tune down, for example, on death explosions, and something like Crackling Souls and a few other things like Bloodseekers are kind of crazy. But I think outside of a few outliers, you know, the defenses that we can build and how much damage monsters do are relatively in line. It's just that now everyone has become so comfy with just being immortal from resolve tempers that they never actually had to think about how to really build defenses. But I think this is the issue that will solve itself, you know, once people figure out how to get good and play the game and make builds properly and so on. Then like a few tweaks to like some of the like outliers should kind of do it, I think. It's mostly a few outliers that kill people all the time, I think. Like you're not gonna be just generally too squishy to do Torment 12 if you don't want to be. Like even a build like Death Trap can do it without resolve stacking. And on Death Trap we have really fucking no defenses anywhere. So I'm not sure that I would feel good if the Shadow Step bug was fixed. Wait, what's going on in Shadow Step? Just don't get hit. Yeah, just don't get hit is not really a solution sometimes. Like, you have to be able to build a character tanky enough so that he can take some hits. It's also just not a really good gameplay experience when you get absolutely blasted, right? Like, it's good that it's tough in Torment 12. And even better that it's tough beyond Torment 12. You know. I think it's fine that you have to suffer for anything that goes above hit 100, basically. Because it is, like, just optional, right? Like, the game ends at pit 100. So it's okay to have it, like, really challenging and really tough after that. Big resolve is the Zeal Paladin's having a hard time. Yeah, but Zeal Paladin has 2 defensive aspects though. And they're Paladins with the aura and stuff. They're gonna be okay. Like, you're gonna have Heavenly Strength and then 1 more. Like, you have 2 defensive aspects. And like a, Perdition equipped or something. You're gonna be kinda chilling. Actually, I think I did put Tibalts. But you can get rid of the Tibalts, it's fine. It's possible to play Zeal without Tibalts. Just use Endurance 5. Yeah, if all else fails, you go Endurance 5. That's kind of nice Earthly Moon there. Actually. Definitely better than whatever this shit is. I think Zeal is better than Clash Retribution. Oh, it's definitely better if you're trying to not to do an uninstall speedrun. Yeah, where's my big topaz here? Holy. I didn't really push that class much, no. But it's gonna go somewhere into like 130 something range in the high end. I wonder what happens when I just take off the glove. You also lose a lot of stats and stuff, but okay. It's actually a very small radius now. The swamps. Wait a second, did he just get executed straight through the barrier? He did. That's funny. So you can dodge him up and he just dies? Wow. That's actually kind of funny. He just got executed straight through the barrier. Can you roll on your talismans? You can't roll them, you can only like go to the cube and make new ones. He's a big Kabaleka. Actually kinda crazy, a Kabaleka these days can have life. And he can also reroll the power, man. Those are definitely some pain points before. Polar. Another polearm. A big one, actually. Okay, what other aspects can we put here instead of pestilence? Can do conceded aspect, I guess. I mean, it's certainly a downgrade over this. I just want to see if it's worth not having the spiral. But I guess it's just gonna be like less coverage and not necessarily much more damage on a good boss. So I'd probably always go for the spiral. Okay, let's try. Everything. Yeah, with the pace that we're going at, everything will do nothing, right? It's only for bosses, basically. I mean, yeah, what you do is like you swap out the supremacy for everything neck for bossing, I guess. That would make sense. Just like have a second neck there. Kind of why this just executes him straight through it. He wasn't even fully dotted up, somehow he still got executed, I'm not sure how. I guess the dot that I add to against the barrier still counts against his life and then executes him. Kinda interesting. Do I have exploiter on boots yet? I didn't put exploiters. They fell Soothsayer, which does absolutely nothing actually. But why exploiters? Helps a shit ton. Right, it shouldn't work against bosses though. Wait, does its sick bug also affect exploiters aspect or what is going on? That'll be wild. I can try, I guess. Patches in 6.5 hours. No, bosses are not unstoppable. Exploiters can never affect a boss. They always either succeed or nothing. Unless Bilbo doesn't matter if you have +4 Gorilla or +4 Eagle skill. Well, as long as you have the tags on your skill, you're fine. But there's a bunch of like bugs with the tags. So I know, for example, when you choose the converted variant here, you lose the original tag. You see right now it's a Gorilla, Centipede, Eagle. But if I choose Jaguar Hall, which is the original hall of the skill, it doesn't get the Jaguar tag. So, very cool. Okay, I wanted to change It shouldn't do anything. Yeah, so there's like no difference here at all. Thing is, would we actually make a neck where we have Rithing? No. I mean, it would be easy to swap out Rithing, but you actually want to put this one on a neck, right? Or maybe you want to remove Shattered Vow? I mean, the execute is nice, but on boss fights I don't think it matters that much. It probably does shortcut it by a few seconds, right? Because I have relatively long dot duration. It's over 6 seconds, and then this becomes 7.2, and then this becomes... Oof, like 20 seconds, actually kind of long dot. So the execute is kind of helpful if you want to kill bosses fast. But you could swap over to this, yeah. Use a normal weapon.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned. From creation to destruction. Bring me a challenge next time.
This should be interesting. The stars align.
Like that. Like that. Basically, Maddie. Yeah, today is a patch. It's kind of crazy. I can tank the Zir Hug with like 4 million toughness, and it does like half. Ah shit, the execute is only on non-bosses, right? Oops. Great evils await you in the lair. How high can Heartseeker push? I don't know. Should be maybe around 130 or so. With Signal of Palgain, a lot of things are possible. I don't know really exactly how much a Signal of Palgain setup boosts you compared to not having Signet. But my guess is somewhere in the range of like 5 to even 10 tiers. And Heartseeker is probably a build that can use it pretty well compared to others. These Nets builder plays that there aren't top tier build guides for them on Maxor, etc. Now on Maxor we definitely have like, you know, all of the good builds basically, right? Obviously we have a relatively strong incentive to cover the good stuff, a relatively weak incentive to cover the bad stuff. But what I'm playing right now is like, you know, the premier build of Spiritborn for the entire season, and it has been there since like day 2 or something. I just didn't play it. And other stuff, you know, I played Tornado Druid the other day, for example, right? It was super fun and all, and some people enjoyed that. So I made the guide, and, you know, Tornado Druid compared to all the other builds in the game that we know so far is like, I don't know, maybe top 50 or something, if even. So, you know, it's still competent because we have like 100 different builds that can easily peasy blast through T12 or something. But it's a druid, it's tornado. Yeah, so. You can also see it like on my YouTube, for example, right? When I make guides for druid and I make guides for rogue or something, it's like a completely different story in terms of how many views they get and so on. Like I'm basically just tanking my YouTube really hard by deciding to play druid. That's just how it works. But I think it's okay with the way things have been going lately. But technically, I really should avoid making any druid content. It's really bad for me.
Mainlander, what do you see?
As viewers, we promise to watch all the druid videos 3 times. Holy man, we might even reach 3k views then. I need more stash. Are we gonna keep a razor plate? Even on the Fawns build, I don't think I will actually play a razor plate, right? Wait, how good is it? Maybe we will actually. I mean, it's just the unique effect is like 20% DPS, and then he has 11,000 Thorns, so that's kind of the same as a razor plate. What else? There's Thorns Temper. Oof. So it's like 800 something post masterwork, if I even want to do that, right? It's kind of weak. Where else do we get Thorns? I don't have the passive anymore. Balazan doesn't have any. Gems don't have Thorns anymore. Oh. What's that? Ah. Dude, it's crazy how people keep posting this ring here. And this looks so photoshopped as fuck. Like, I don't know. Is this real? I don't think so. I saw another screenshot like that and the stars were definitely misaligned. I think it's just a meme. $9,000 GA ring stonks. Just like the Mythic Charms. Yeah, the Mythic Charms seemed like they were real. But you know, I've heard of like 2 drops, and that was like a week ago or something, and none since then, so... you know. Maybe the devs were like, oops. Quick disable. And here we are, so... Although Urun is still dropping, so I don't know. Maybe Mythic Charms are still dropping for someone, somewhere. It's only 10% for 200%, that's mid AF. But for a chest piece, that's 20% damage, where normally don't really have much. Although these days have utility aspects that are actually not bad, I guess. Depends a bit on the build. So yeah, Razorblade is not crazy, but it gives you like roughly 10k thorns, and you get roughly 11k from the glyph. And then you don't really have any other source of thorns. There's like the Woombar set, but you wouldn't even play that set, I guess. When you play a thorns build. You'll probably play some other set, like Multitude or some shit, right? So you don't have that much thorns. I guess the Razorblade is kind of decent for that then. Like as a paladin you have a lot of thorns, you don't need Razorblade and then you have Mantle anyway. But as a Spiritborn they don't really have anything there. No Belial. He did appear once. Ah, the Mythic Charms only drop when you slot the Urun. Oh shit, I should have tried. Oh, this is kind of good, yeah. I still have 773 pence. Maybe I should improve these at some point. Man, everyone with their fucking 20J item here. Holy. You guys are just getting debated, man.
The stars align. Mainlander, what do you seek?
It's kind of interesting. Like in this class, I'm kind of lacking utility powers. I need two of them. It's a unique boost. There's Penitent Greaves. Sick. But the point is like, without Sick, you need something that works on bosses. Like you can put the, here, the fear aspect, which is nice, but you need something against bosses. So I think actually, like post season 13, you might just run Writhing aspect full time, just to make sure you actually kill bosses. So you're gonna be zooming, and then bosses will just be kind of slow. Can we use Tenacity somehow? And would we? I mean, right now I have Headhunter, right? So that's kind of shit. So I guess we would actually do Colossal anyway. With 8 resolve stacks. We ignore the Gorilla thing. And then we can get another 5 from Tenacity. So we have 26% on the secondary instead of 10 only against elites. I guess Colossal is only this close bonus, but it's a bit higher than the Headhunter bonus. And I think most of the time we will be close. At least on bosses. What about this here actually? There's this thing. 1.5 dot them speed. Yeah. Ah, here's Sky Power. I want to try that actually. Does it actually make your circles move? It's the most efficient difficulty to run the story in. Normal. Ah, look. But it seems like it's too slow, right? Does it actually follow me properly? I'm kind of doubtful. I guess you can see it here. Shit, can we get 25 in somewhere? Don't really want to level this thing right now. Maybe here. Oh my god, man, there's like no spot where I can activate the glyph with int without leveling it. Yikes. I just wanted to test if sky power actually works. Not that I really want to use it here, but it would be interesting to see if it's like, if it leaves a gap or not, basically, in the uptime. And we can just like move the circles with you. Do potency skills consume 2 resolve? To deal 30% increased damage. At least I made the utility power now, but man. 2 resolve? Per cast? Wait a second. Oh, damn. Bigger step actually works for this. That's kind of funny. But is there any point to that? Probably not, right? I mean, you can like giga ramp your supremacy with Seeker or Hunter. Knocks down enemies for 11 seconds. Okay, then. Hmm. I don't think we care about Flicker Step too much though. But it does work. I guess with Widow's Web you could do Fell Soothsayer on the boots or on the neck. But then you're gonna be like really weak against bosses. Widow's Web and Fell Soothsayer, that's like a disaster. They're good for blasting. And sick makes anything possible, I guess. Okay, the only question is how do I get vigor here? I don't really generate any vigor. I guess you can do it here, right? Does it work? It weakens enemies. I wanna see if that works. No. What? That's crazy. It doesn't say it's regen. Where's my regen? What? So there's no regen. And it's just now while moving. So they just build it into the passive into the class now. You have no passive regen. But even so, I don't have regen. And don't get tenacity, this is kind of wild. What the fuck? That's the resolve. Okay, this is kind of messed up. Is there any other way to get resource? What about this? It's only 5 per second though. Wait, this one works. What? That's wild, dude. I've always just like run enough. No. Toxic skin works. But the Scourge does not. Very cool. This one says restore. Kinda curious. Okay, so restore is also counting for some reason. Kind of a struggle though. Movement speed per active summon. Funny. I mean, here I just got like 15 DR. So I would probably just put that on the boots, honestly. It's not exactly much better than kinetic. So you can do kinetic to get resolve. Because I don't actually really get resolve otherwise, right? I don't have any source of resolve. If I want to do a colossal glyph, I kind of have to do kinetic anyway. And then the resolve also gives me the armor, which is a bit of damage reduction. It's not the same as the 15%, but it's like probably 9 or so. Although, wait, we have innate now. Okay. Which one is that? The Great Storm aspect. $9 million toughness. I have not fished yet. Do incarnates count as summons? No. This Devourer might count as a summon, I guess. He's a summon.
Pardon me, stranger. Could you spare a moment?
This one is not, this one is not, and this one is not. Do I Shadow Wow? Yeah. It's instantly executing. It does take its sweet time sometimes, I must say. Oh, we don't have supremacy right now. Oops. Oh no. I didn't look at the timer. Oops. Congrats on Epics, yeah. Okay, do we kill some more bosses? Guess we can. Okay, I need to get a Harmony Helm. Actually, I do have a Harmony Helm, right? Should equip one. The one that doesn't suck. Not yet. They're all kind of bad. This one's like the least bad, I guess. Guess it is. Hoping that cooldown on the helm, right? CAO is actually doing work here. This doesn't have a life roll. Minus 1.5%. I'll try to hit the auras. It's actually more. Interesting. I have like so little res. I don't think I have any res actually. Like he's a 309 on an 850 chest. So that's nothing and nothing. Okay. 10% armor. Okay, so what now? Wait, I got an ore! Look! Dude, I'm pretty sure it has to do with the rune node here. This one. I think that's where it comes from. I was just doing a few kills again. If it was Duriel again, right? It would farm me Duriel. Okay, what do we put now? Can you make this a charm? You can. Oh shit. So Breathing Moon can become a charm. And honestly, I might want to do that, right? What else do we have? Is the Ulron the only rune that's hidden like that? Yes. So you have this here. Gain out hides passive effects and 60%. But for this we need to go kinetic. But that's okay, we could do kinetic. But the thing is, the only passive effect that's actually useful is the ferocity, and we can't really use that on this build. But for another build, maybe. There's Blood Mad Idol. Blood Mad Idol would be a very strong charm, actually. But the thing is, you have to get hit every 8 seconds. It's kind of tough. What about Quatley? No, it's not the right one. Protean Heart, I guess. Godslayer, Jacob. Okay. So you get 100% core stats. That's actually kinda decent, I guess. Should probably be something like 60 or 70% damage. Plus a bit of res and stuff. The movement speed doesn't really help us. Oh, good question. Will it give us the Jaguar bonus or will it give us the Eagle bonus? You never know in this game. What is the base spirit here? Yeah, actually I should probably take a Protean Heart. We don't need a good roll. Widow's Web is also there. So you could even just like swap the charm for bossing or something if you want. Interesting. They gave Spiritborn a lot of these unique charms that are actually good. Let's see, plus 100% stats. So now I'll go from 300 to 500%. So be a 66% upgrade. If I had a bit more, let's say we had a 300% bonus here, we'll go from 400 to 700. That's a 75% bonus with a bit more dex. And we're definitely lacking dex a little bit, right? There could be dex here probably. This is 68 and shitty gems. This is 83. And my Paragon is also not very optimized. And we don't have any transfigurers. So I think... Protean. From Harby. Gorilla Eagle in Spirit Hall is nice. Doesn't matter what you have in a Spirit Hall. The Protein Heart only gives you the buff of the original hack of the skill. That's why I just said, like, I don't know what it's gonna give me when I do Rushing Claw. It's gonna give me the Jaguar buff or the Eagle buff. Guess we'll see. The Jaguar buff would be slightly helpful. The Eagle buff does not really do anything. It's already like Giga caps anyway. It's kind of hard that I get at 200% speed, but... okay. Just tank it. "28 degrees outside." Is that too hot? 28 sounds nice actually. Okay, only non-ancestrals here. So let's get those Seppas on deck. "38, holy. That is definitely hot. The Shadow Vow greater than Widow's Web and Green Set. I think Green Set is probably like 4 more damage. I like the Shadowed Vow so far. But it's probably also like less damage. I think like Green Set and no Shadowed Vow is probably like more DPS if you wanna push. But I think for general gameplay, I'm probably gonna go Eagle because you get the cooldowns and you have to execute here. So that's like a good combo. Guys, 25 degrees is not super hot. What's going on?
This should be interesting. Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Okay, let's see it. Yeah, I'll play period too. If your HP and resources always max with Immortal Barb and you change your Endurance Faith, jump the Banish Shots, will you die instantly or not? I don't know, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of spaghetti code going on with Stelic. And I'm not sure how this exactly interacts with Endurance Faith. Okay, now the moment of truth. Are we getting attack speed or movement speed? Apparently it's movement speed. Yeah. So it does count as an eagle. Actually, do we want to roll movement? I don't think we want to roll movement speed actually on the boots, right? I have so much movement speed. Oh, wait, this buff goes over the cap. For real? Oh, look at that. Dude, this fucking protein hard goes over cap. Also, it's like weirdly rounded. 16.7 here. Interesting. Okay, anything else you want to farm? We have debilitating. I definitely want to make some pants and chest now. And gloves. Like, what the fuck is this? Do we have a glove? One and crit. One and all. Here's one. I think it's one. We can try this one. You don't even have one right now. Hi, Neo Frontier. Doing fine, you? Okay, so actually we can just roll like a Giga dot multi, then move the core into Dex, and we're fine. It's relatively easy to make some of these gloves. And keep it alive on it. This trade window is grayed out, you can't put anything. Yeah, you have to like not drag and drop items, you have to like right click items into a trade window. It's kind of weird. Good luck with the Sork. Which build are you doing? Arclash. Nice. Maybe I should try Arclight at some point as well. I played it like a long time ago, like season 2 or something. It was like a thing in the early days. We're playing the Counter Storm Spellborn. Can I get like a 55 dot or so maybe? What's this here? With my materials, man. 53. Yeah, fine, I guess. Patch notes. Where are they? post it on the YouTube description as well, I guess. Do you have any other plans after the Arclash, New Frontier? Patch day, I wonder what will happen, yeah. You never know. I mean, the patch itself doesn't look very big or something, but, you know, it's always exciting on patch day. So let's see. Oh my god. These life rolls are not great, man. Okay. Just complain. Ah, 53 dot. It's like alright. We just went down like 100 dust. What else do we have to craft? I mean, pants and chests and stuff is gonna be kind of easy. Then maybe a ring or an amulet, but the amulet is already kind of decent. We don't have to craft all that much, I guess, at least on this build. Maybe we're gonna try a few more for the dot. Ah shit, now remove the dex. Oops. We got poison. Well, okay, never mind. I guess I'll just take this. Ah well.
Be interesting.
Dude, I need some aspects actually. My aspects are like super shit. What is this? And funny part is I could now actually remove life guaranteed and add dex if I wanted. But the life is better, I guess.
May you find your way back.
You can't feel per game rank up on boss. Yeah, this is because it only works when you do the final CC that staggers the boss yourself with a freeze. So, good luck.
Step up to my anvil.
Let's get rid of all these like random yellow items, yeah. Blues. What is all this shit, man? Okay.
Algier swinging away. Mainlander. What bring that's it for that piece?
So here's like for Centipede main hall, dot multi. And here, crit multi. I mean, maybe good enough for science. It doesn't have dex or something. Neither of them has. But I think I'm not gonna try too hard to get more of these.
Pity to break another's work.
Runs Won and Dot.
If I cannot be in the wilderness,
No life. Good try, Transfigure, I guess. Ah, we also get cooling reduction from the swarms. I totally forgot about that part, actually. Hmm. I think we're gonna try.
what is a waitress, isn't it?
I actually never tempered this thing, oops.
Like the eyes of Lycander herself.
They both have a perfect roll. Kinda funny. On the affix. I didn't try to roll them. Get a GA on the decks. Man, a GA on the dot multi would have been kinda sweet here, actually. Because it's kinda low roll. Too quality. Sick, dude. Okay. I think I actually take the right one of the bone. It's -8 toughness though. Okay, we don't have dot multi on the weapon. I actually don't have that much. 66. Dude, I did like vulnerable. Okay, maybe keep this one. Like 280. 340. 150. 100. Okay. Anything else you wanna do? My stat's looking okay for now, but I wanted to make some chests and some pants, right? Oof. Not today, I guess. What about pants? Dude, what is this? Okay. Is life on kill utility? I think so, right? Oh. So now we'd have to take the life and kill and exactly roll it into armor. Manually. Let's see. Into auras, actually. But maybe sometimes lucky. Actually crazy how hard it is to roll. $330. Oof. It's like almost minimum. Is there no better defensive aspects? I mean, we could do disobedience. It's pretty strong. And we would generally have it in combat, right? It's 45 DR, it's kinda big. I think I'm actually gonna do this disobedience. Because it works for all of our life pool, not just when you have barrier. We generally do have barrier, but okay. I need to up my gems at some point. Seems like armor does more here. Guess that's 0 ring, I just realized. I can do better at some point. At least we don't have like an idle 700 pants equipped anymore, so that's cool. We have this thing now. Free to eagle skills. I'll take that. Yo, Dini. Thank you, man. How's it going? The tool writers really suck. Did you notice the spelling errors on that aspect? This one? Which one? Is it still modifiable? Oh yeah, true, I can do it again on the ring. You're right. I missed that earlier. Dude, it's like so rare. I actually never, actually never even expect that I can do it again. Holy health fracture gamer here. Looks kind of weird actually, this health fracture, the abyss one. Looks like some slime. Always cube it later anyway. Do I always keep the gear that I have no class specific stats because you cannot for life me have a stash like that. I can use every item on a class. I mean, I played Rogue before this, yeah. So I have a lot of dex items and stuff. So that was obviously a bit natural synergy there. But yeah, I mean, just having like a GA life pants or something. Yeah, you can use them on any class, right? So that's kind of cool. You see the 450 GA ring. Yeah. But it seems photoshopped. I do want to do more bosses for now. I have a decent ring. At some point I'm gonna go do my bosses, I guess, but it's fine for now. Okay, transfigure that thing. Indestructible and 2 quality, guys. We're gaming now. Let's go. Actually, resource construction might still be a decent role to put on like a Kapaneka build, right? I wonder if it beats other roles. But maybe not anymore.
Mainlander, what brings you?
How much bottoming do I have here? I have a lot of pin marks. We'll try some stuff there. This is a counter-song build for Spiritborn. I don't. Playing a Rampage build on Warlock. But I have a Eviscerate guide that is based on Rampage. That's kind of fun. A bit slow paced though, I guess. How easy is it to keep the berserking here? They were on T11. 8 more damage. I feel like I've been ramping, but it's not enough to instant kill the bosses. Hello. How was it?
Should join us next time.
Hmm. Yeah, what about the peoples?
We can wait.
Hear that, guys? Yeah, good luck with the warlock then. Actually, do we need defensive aspects? We have disobedience, debilitating. Okay, they're fine actually. I'll play PoE, yeah.
Step up to my end.
Is it possible to get a double imprint on unique? With some weird exploit, yes. But I'm not sure how it works. But normally you have, you know, the unique power and one aspect. Or in legendary unique you have 2 aspects. Yeah, on the unique you always get the unique thing. Like the cooldown mod is always free, basically, as an extra thing. So that works, yes. You have the unique power and one of the mods. But there's people that have like 3 mods on their neck. But I'm not sure how. Does it abuse any bugs and exploits? Well, there's a one thing which makes the build a bit stronger than it should be, which is that sick rune. It gives you more, quite a lot more boss damage. But besides that, build is working as intended as far as I'm aware. And the poison swarm don't stop. Yeah, so apparently every time you press it, you get plus 7 seconds, and it just keeps adding forever to the timer. So you can just like ramp it up for like, you know, minutes, and it will just keep going. It's kind of strange. But doesn't actually really like do anything besides convenience, I guess. Actually, I should do the progress sweeps, yeah. Need to level some glyphs, right? How's my glyphs? My glyph situation is actually pretty dire. So let's do something. Is the patch today fixing Rogue? I don't think so. But there's always like undocumented changes, so who knows. Sometimes they just fix stuff. Oh, I forgot to imprint supremacy aspect. Oops. Hi, Crucible. Yeah, I find it kind of crazy that I didn't make like a real condemn like setup or something. Even the expansion, but I guess maybe down the line, you know, they can make a unique for it or something. Does condemn even have a unique right now? I think it doesn't.
I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
Mainlander, what brings you? You know where to find me.
Uh-oh. Alert. Ava's back. More findings. Now there are mythic and unique escalation sigils. Now the ancestral sigils, they don't do anything, they're just like a tooltip bug, I guess, or something. There's actually no difference. But I mean, they could do some cool stuff, right? A unique sigil, like, you know, why is, for example, treasure breach, like, not just a unique sigil or something, so you can, like, immediately identify it, right? Or something like that. Or like, they could do stuff like, the Goblin Realm, or like, I don't know, vaults, or like, any sort of, like, special maps or dungeons or something, right? As, like, a unique sigil. Like, they already have the system there, so I think they could definitely do some stuff. Let us craft on sigils. Is this the fastest build at the moment? No, but it's kind of close. Uh-huh. What does it actually look like? Interesting. Now, GDM, what is this? Wait, where's that person? There. Nice nickname, by the way, Oli. Here. If you do 3.1 second freeze, it's as if it was 4 seconds. Every second freeze adds another stack. Okay, interesting. So now we have to min-max our crowd control duration, man. With tempers, oh boy. That's gonna be great. Well, I guess under many realistic circumstances, you just like cap out anyway until they become unsolvable, right? So it doesn't really do anything.
May you find your way back.
Alright, Trace of Echoes time.
You have a trace of echoes. The time.
Is there no Oradin build on Maxwell? Yeah, Oradin is in a waiting room right now for bug fixes. Only 1 GA per item. Yeah, but if you add it all up, then we reach 12, you know? That's what's the target, no? I don't know, maybe we're gonna get lucky today, guys. 12 GA drop. You never know. Just need to grind a little bit more. Do a few more dungeons. Run another city or two. We're gonna get something, for sure. Maybe we're gonna throw in a Varshan kill for good measure. Does D4 play like D3 now? Yeah, not really. Only 12? Don't bully Varshan. Yeah, Varshan is Giga Chat, man, for sure. Wait, do you want to do totems now, Monkas? Like, is the totems stuff actually real and not bait? Totems in my PoE too? Is the Oberwinder fixed? Nope. Khan is surely starting a Swivel Cadaver or something, right? What? Monk? Where can you buy more stash space? Hmm. Here. What build as for speed from all count NT12 for Rogue? I tried a Poison Barrage, but I played. That was very nice. Dash Rogue. Okay, Dash Rogue, guys. Eva has a guide, actually. It's real. I didn't play it though, so I'm not sure how it feels. I guess it feels kind of close to this here, to be honest. Just without this spinny. What is the interaction with the totems, Monkas? Any shifts in the meta? Well, stay tuned to find out. Patch notes themselves are not really impressive, but patch day is always like a Kinder surprise, you know? Poor Russian roulette. Oh boy. Which build will break this time? One in 6 chance your build will stop working after patch day. Are you sure you want to install this update? Wonder what sounds good without the core. Oh man. Too real, man. Could have 10 million toughness, man. What the hell? 11 million. I don't have Glynn's Anvil, by the way. And people are like, don't fix Resolve, please. Dude, look at this shit. The Spirit Born is a giga tank, man. Just tank it, look here, explosion, boom. Who cares? This one too. Let's get it. The sword too, cause why not? Okay, artillery. Channeling. Protection. I guess we don't care about lethal, do we? Ready to farm barter gear without the 10 wave thing. Yeah, you can do 6 waves if you just teleport from the war plan. These 7.4 points are stacking the XP. Yeah, you can definitely get more XP per hour if you just like target XP in Hell Tides or something, right? But I think the XP you get in wall punts is relatively solid. It does boost you through the levels. And you can take the XP rewards and so on, right? What are these doing here? Isn't useful to skill the butchers or profane mine cages. I'm not sure if the +3 monster power really does much for XP, to be honest. Because going up in the pit by 3 tiers is like absolutely nothing. And if the same applies to the monsters in the open world, then I don't think it really matters at all. But they make everything all tankier, basically. So everything's gonna be like twice as tanky, roughly, with +3 monster power. So unless you're like really OP, if you slow down even a little bit, it might not be worth. I haven't like specifically tested it. But I don't really believe in the mine cages much. Because with like double the HP on the monsters, it's kind of hard to not slow down, like at all. But I don't know, it could be that I also have like some bonus XP, but like, you know, more than typical pit scaling, for example. But I don't know. Yeah, monster power is like +1 monster power is +1 pit tier basically. So mine cages makes it 103 instead of 100 basically. Oh, rip that guy. What variant is this? Not evade swarm? Ah, this is evade swarm, turns out. Uh oh. Well, I guess we have to turn in anyway. I have not looked at the guide, Chazay, so I'm not sure what I am playing here compared to the Maxwell guide. Wait, do I just TP back down there? Yes. Nice. What about this? Yo, blast him. Look at that damage from the worm. Holy. Okay. You can't park there. Thank you, Kara. Make worm great again. Dude, I'm still salty that it didn't make like an Archon form Devourer up variant. Where you control the Devourer and then you like go crazy. I think that would be really cool. don't have the technology yet. I mean, they did give us the Butcher thing last season. But yeah, Sorks are also lacking something like an Archon form, right? It's just not a thing for some reason. Sorks aren't wizards. Yeah, I know that the lore is different and stuff. I'm not sure if Archon form is necessarily tied to arcane magic. I know that the Sorks don't have arcane magic, and the wizards do. So maybe this is why. But you know, they could do kind of something similar, right? Doesn't have to be exactly Archon and like the arcane spells that it has. I decided to make this character on softcore because I'm dangerously close to the Baleful Fragment cap on hardcore. So I wanna delay uninstalling for now. Hi Jay, thank you. Glad you like it. I definitely need a bit more power for T12 right now. The thing is, whenever you start fighting a pack for more than like a few seconds, it starts getting kind of weird when he's just like rushing claw back and forth. Like on the bosses as well. And this bit is like best enjoyed when you just one-shot everything. Yeah, that's how it works right now, Jay. It's buggy. Is Spiritborn just speedrun evade class? Yeah, this seems to be like by far the best speedrunning class right now at least. A lot of other stuff is like either undertuned or buggy or both. But we'll try a little bit. For now I'm just kinda getting geared and, you know, farming up my stuff here. I could try to do something with this thing. What about loyalty? Okay, another pit. Let's try T12 actually. Let me know it clips now anyway, let's go. Going to swap weapons for the extra multipliers. I mean, 175 multi, it's not bad. But yeah, we could put Infestation on the two-handed. Then Pestilence on the amulet. And then we can have also better stats I mean, the berserking is nice and all, but the berserking is not really that crazy. Like a dot multi-roll will kind of do that as well. And then we can still have dex or weapon damage. And then the only other thing we lose is this here, so we remove the 20% duration there, and we go for the insta-kill. Insta-kill works on bosses with the pole arm, but not with the devourer. So that's like kind of the difference there, I guess. The boss fight will be actually a bit longer. You do have faster dashing as well with the extra attack speed. The rushing claw does speed up. Plus 25% there. Should I make a melee flurry poison rope work stuck on T9? I'm not sure if you have that on Maxwell, but I can check. Otherwise, I mean, most of the poison kit is relatively similar across the different builds. Just what you need to know is that most of the like aspects that buff only cutthroat skills and so on, they don't work for the poison imbue. So you have to try to dodge those and go for like the non-physical and the poison scaling directly and so on. Can we get a triple pit? No, but this is also okay. Let's see a T12 on Ariel. Don't think I can kill her before the phase. Patches are already out for a few days. But this is for today, not for the next season. Next season preview is in 2 days. Okay. Oh my god. Ender Crux. 2 mythics Ender Crux. What the fuck? Nesekin. Actually, did I ever transfigure this? Indestructible. Huge. Alright.
To break another's work.
Double chest OP. It's definitely comfy. Maybe I spec into this more in the future. But like if, like, you know, I don't really plan to do like a lot of time dimensions right now and stuff, so There's a key to double chest and actually use up my keys. This gives you a bunch of extra stuff. But if you do like Nightmare Dungeons and so on, you get so many of these free Beast in the Ice spawns. And then in Helltide you get like the Grimoire spawns that are like really insane. That's a lot of progress loss, man. What the hell? Okay, I guess we're ramping our damage now. Into a T12, guys. Let's go. Been slacking long enough here, trying to progress normally. They're going to reduce Nemesis portal 10 seconds now. And it's like a 4-second channel or something. So I click it instantly. Holy. It's to keep you on your toes, guys. Don't slack. Warlocks could never. Feels bad. The mission had more damage. Like, and then I one-shot everything. I actually do like 60-second runs here. But I'm not strong enough yet for P12 to one-shot everything. Curse this place. So does the character stop saying curse this place when you have successfully killed Koran? Or only after clicking all the plaques? So I should have clicked them all. So did I miss one again? Holy. How did I miss a plaque on 2 different characters? That's wild. You don't have to click the one in 101, right? Okay. Yeah, so I missed one. Unlucky. Next season, we're gonna try again. It's a countdown. You did a text and you broke Nepal. It doesn't say the line. Interesting. Okay, so you're not gonna get spammed with this forever. That's good, actually. But can your paladin spawn the boss? Yeah, I missed one of the tablets somewhere, I guess. This guy not dying, what the fuck? This boss insta-melted here, the other guys just didn't. Yeah, every 5 tiers there is a tablet. You have to click it. But if you missed one, you don't know which one you missed, so can't check it anywhere. I did die on hardcore like 3 weeks ago, yes. And no more. And there will be 2 more characters on hardcore. So we're making 6 classes on hardcore and 2 on softcore this season. I'm just kind of careful with my Baleful Fragments cap. On hardcore I'm at over 900,000, so I don't want to reach several million just yet. So fragment cap. Yeah, when you reach 1 million, you're gonna have baleful fragments everywhere. And then it's gonna be a very miserable experience. Like you can't loot stuff anymore and so on because you click on baleful fragments all the time. The entire screen is cluttered with baleful fragments when you do like a dungeon and stuff. That's pretty terrible. Million toughness, man. That's a chunky Spirit-Born man. What is happening? Why is this class suddenly so tanky? The gem grind is real, good luck. Yeah, I'm sitting at royal gems right now. I should maybe do something about that. I don't think it's a priority fix for them to do the baleful fragment stuff. I mean, you know, it took me like 300 hours or something to get there, right? I guess there are circumstances where I can get there faster. But it's still a quite long grind to get to a baleful fragment cap. So it's not the end of the world, but it kind of sucks for the people that reach it and want to play more. This character has 0 resolve, actually. Nico. I needed my rogue, actually. It's just like Spirit-Born Giga Chat mode, I guess. We'll play PoE 0.5. So many blues. I should probably start filtering blues, honestly. It's a bit annoying upgrading them all. Just run some Opal Reserve and get aspects.
What is a fate resisted? Step up to my anvil.
This thing just keeps going, it's crazy. How can I turn this off? I can't, I guess. Even when I change the variant, it keeps going. Wait a second, does it still shoot out the swarms now? After changing the variant? Oh no. World boss alert. And now it's off. Interesting. Okay, it stops when you change the variant. Okay. It's so stupid that it just keeps going forever. Some spur-born intermis, man, yeah. Crazy.
And nice. A legendary prize for the mainlander.
Step up to my anvil. That's it for that piece.
It's the best place to farm soccer prisons. World boss. And I guess goblins, wherever I can get them. And bartering has some. Probably craft a few of these. Got 45 sparks, man, holy. Dude, I actually need gold. I'm gonna run out of gold if I craft all my sparks. Well, I'm not sure if all goblins drop scatter prisons. But at least the gem goblins drop scatter prisons, like a few of them. I should probably just evade, right? They're probably faster like this. Wait, why can't you just like rushing claw in here? What? You can just TP in here. What the fuck? Material reserve dungeon. Yeah, maybe they have scatter prisons too. The Russian claw. Yep. Best known way to get mythics, yes. Is probably get rich, buy Cruxes, and then farm Mephisto 10 hours a day. but I wouldn't really recommend that. Dude, it's like a 10-second world boss and one guy actually died here. 2 guys died. Oh my god. 3 guys. What is going on? Crazy. Yo, 4 ambushes. This guy died. Dude, what the hell, man? I wanted to die again. Yeah, we could ambush us and they exploded.
It is done.
Oh god, man. That was wild, man. Like, how do people play like this? Like, I would uninstall, man. Like, if they die on a world boss like this, then imagine how often they die, like, elsewhere. Like, it's insane. Like, are they actually enjoying this?
Hey, yeah, not too bad.
Do have some boots? I need to get some boots finally. These boots are kinda outdated here. Actually, is a GA enough to get to 5? No, right? It goes... Actually, a GA is enough. We just need a GA. Ravager. Surely. Okay.
Let us plan our next move. Go. I will see you again soon.
Let's put some real gems. Let's see how much this actually upgrades. Druzak plus 4% toughness actually. Like I went from like 808 to 887 from the 3 gems. Kinda wild. Huge stonks here, plus 4% poison. Let's put some decks. I'm gonna save this here because it has this Balazan effect. I need to test this at some point.
This should be interesting.
The ring. There's life and dot. Here's Dex and dot. Yeah, we can try. Man. A bit YOLO. Oh, so close. 10-1. 13-1. Okay. Is that good enough to masterwork it over the dot? And it's kind of weird because we kind of want to masterwork the dot when we have Shadowvar occurred. But without Shadowvar, we want to masterwork the Vuln, I guess. Because we're gonna have more dot on the weapon. Dream Blizzard can't just fix the resolve stacking. I mean, you can fix it for next season, right? Next season is gonna look quite different. We're gonna get a theme as well that will probably make us more powerful and all that, so it's fine. And a good one here. We don't even have decks right now. Actually quite a damage upgrade.
What brings you?
Good luck, mainlander.
I hope it's not borrowed powers. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're really gonna see like a typical like power season again, right? Because you have the talisman now, and the talisman is basically just that. So I think that season seems to look a bit different in the future. Like more item based, like season 12 for example, or season 11. How many Tracer Echoes have I found? I don't know, 10 maybe or so. Okay, that works now. My gloves are still like 50, 50, 50. I got login Friday for the 0.5 patch. Well, I'll log in before that, I guess. But yeah. I think it makes sense to try cooking something with Warlock further. Let's not say everything explored. I mean, there's certainly some stuff that, you know, even I haven't played now in the 2 weeks I was on Warlock and stuff. Like a few of the builds that Macro was covering, I didn't touch them, like Blazing Scream. Blazing Scream is like one of my favorite skills on a class, but I didn't actually play it. So this is something I'll do next season, for example. And then, I mean, there's a bunch of like interesting concepts to try for sure, I think. If you really want. It haven't covered everything on Maxwell. Profane Sentinel is one of those. But I'm also kind of just waiting until they make it a bit less buggy and stuff. Apparently it's very strong. But sometimes it's just AFK. Full reserve. We have one. Any traces of echoes have I missed? I don't think I've missed any. They're relatively obvious when they drop. So broken after last patch. Yeah, no, there was a bug they introduced where it lost the core tag, but they fixed it like a while ago again. It's just a tooltip bug that is still present, but the functionality is correct. And today they're gonna fix the tooltip. Tooltip bug in my video game. Are Knighting and Fire Rest more important than the others? Yes. I always put Topaz and Ruby.
Oh, look what an dam. It's your legendary concept there. Come on, one more.
Taken apart.
Oh, it's weird, so you can't actually salvage non-ancestral directly. Oh. Okay.
Care for again? Hey.
A bit scuffed. What's the minimum life expectancy you can have on T12 endgame? I don't know. What do you mean life expectancy?
Step up to my anvil.
Real? I don't think so.
Thanks.
You could one shot by 4 lunatic while on the horse. Yeah, a bunch of aspects and stuff turn off when you're on the horse. Gotta be careful with that. Since Anvil as well, if you die on resolve stacking and you go on the horse, you're gonna get one tapped. Find you faster than a horse most of the time. Yeah, if a bit like this for sure. I mean, 1 minute pit here, look at this. How do we fix that? I mean, they have the technology to individually turn on, you know, aspects one by one, kind of in town and on a horse, I guess. But I don't think they really care much about doing that for some reason. I'm not sure why they're even like disabled, really. Like, you know, like a lot of aspects are just disabled in town, so I don't really see like your true stats. Like Heavenly Strength, for example, if you're in town, it doesn't show your real toughness either. It's on. So it's kind of stupid, and yeah, they would have to like go and like fix all of that shit basically, but for some reason they don't. And every time they make new aspects, I keep forgetting to turn them on in town. So I don't know. There needs to be like some post-it note somewhere on the dev's you know, monitor. Make this work in town and on a horse. But I think no one put that note. Recognition. Didn't realize that Spearbows are so chunky, man. Without resolve. It's kinda crazy. Why are they so tanky? I guess you don't have Perdition equipped on this build, so you have like defensive stats on the helm, plus 2 good aspects. Kinda crazy anyway. And the barrier. This is 101 right now, young. B-star quarter staff, holy. This is for my Withering Fist build. Watch.
Taken apart. Melted down. I'll watch it.
I can do what you need. Strength in numbers.
Well, what's bothering? So here's Scattered Prisoners. I think it's 1 for my cash. 0 actually. Nice. So what do you want actually? Salvage is probably a downside. Mm-hmm. Intricacy, I'm gonna take it. Try this again. Okay, it just doesn't drop Scatter Prism actually. Holy. Alright. Dude, I wish I could X-Crawl, you know, like... Why is it so painful, man? Ugh. It's close to fucking tooltips. Not a single boss cache yet, man. What? Did I not take the upgrade or something?
I fear we must have help. Aid would be most welcome. I fear we
We have everything. Sus.
We supply, you demand. That's what Papa says.
I'm just gonna get it. I'm not sure if I'll try it. Could be interesting though. Boss summoning. Here's one. And it's only 200. Kinda interesting. 2 keys. The bartering really is not what it used to be, man. You barely get like aspects and everything. It's basically just boss keys a little bit. I think that's worth buying. This is gonna last forever here. I'm just buying the resource caches.
Add that, carry the one. Did I count it out right? Did I count it out?
Okay, time to open some stuff. You can take those boots. But I guess I have to... Oh, how do we do this actually? We kinda have to YOLO. Because you need to have the Ravager on it. There's no compromise there. We can't put movement speed because already movement capped anyway, I guess. Actually, we're not right now, but if it's GA... And, yeah. We definitely have a lot of movement speed. Actually, a lot of ancestor rings here.
Mainlander, what brings you? I'll be here, swinging away.
That's 16 keys. Wow. Wait, so I only see the color of the name. It doesn't actually show that it's a codex upgrade here, as I realize. Very sus. Ignition has the guide on Maxwell, yeah.
Add that, carry the one. I like
Oops.
seeing what Papa's friends collect. Add that, carry the one.
They should remove some options here from the bartering. Like the scrolling down every time is a really... Oof. I'd like to see it all in one go.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
Oof, dude.
Busy to break another. Step up to my anvil.
Okay, soon done. I haven't decided on my league starter exactly, but looking like mercenary. I rolled over a boss cache, unlucky.
I like seeing what Papa's friends collect.
When in doubt, crossbows. I mean, I heard good things about it, and it's been a while since I actually played crossbows. And I've played a lot of Monk, you know, everyone's like hyping Monk and stuff, but I've played actually Monk more than anything else. And it's fine, I guess. Maybe I'll do one later or so.
Add that, carry the 1. Add that, carry the 1.
I need to transfigure my boot pants at some point, actually. And they're surely not gonna break.
Did I count it out right? I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Oh, that's fun.
Yo, the Riddler. Just enjoy the ride, man. You're gonna figure it out.
May you find your way back.
You have a crux. Okay, sell at some point. Okay, anything else you can do? Oh no. That reminds me. Wait, I have to take this out every time? Oh god. Okay, I guess we can do a... I know it's scuffed actually. But I guess... It's 5 every second or so. But that means I need 200 seconds, yeah, 4 minutes or so just for my Zeal blood here. Kinda crazy. Yeah, I think I should just delete these boss trophies, I don't know. I don't like the idea of them very much. So I do wonder, Can you make 900s? It doesn't seem so. People told me it's possible. But I've never gotten an ancestral. What if you mix them? Even like 2 mixed in with 1 850 it doesn't give me an ancestral. I think this is fake news. Or it's like fake enough to not matter at least. They're good for casual players. I don't know, I feel like if I ever want to get an item, I just go there and kill the boss a few times and I have whatever I want. You have plenty of keys anyway. I'm not even using my keys. And for like alts and stuff, when you have like many of these materials and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna use the materials and get my stuff. I feel like that also is kind of... is worthless, I think. Because you can just like equip your alt gear and go and kill the boss anyway. And if anything, it just cheapens the journey a little bit. Also already so like sped up basically. Could have your inventory and spam on the floor? Oh, I don't see. But then I have to like do another click to loot them again. I'm not sure about that actually. At least here they are in my inventory already.
You know where to find me.
Why no ballast instead? Because I didn't have it. And now we're on Eagle. And Eagle feels kinda nice. I'll try the ballast instead as well, I guess, but we have to figure something out for our cooldowns. I probably have to go back to like a cooldown ring or something. Although the ring also gives us cooldown reduction, so maybe it's fine. Do the mats. 400k, 544. Transfiguration is like sanctification of season 11, but the legendary aspects. You can add stats. Has a chance to do nothing basically. Has a chance to remove a stat and replace it with something you don't want. But yeah, generally it's pretty OP. If you say Transfiguration is a no-no for you, then you're missing out big time. Because the risk is extremely low. And in fact, the risk can be 0 if you use one of the entropic prisms here. But you miss out on a bunch of the good outcomes as well.
That's it for that piece.
Time to upgrade the boots, maybe. But ideally I want to get one that has GA Ravager actually. Because GA plus the Masterwork quality is enough to get Ravager to 5. But without the GA you have to actually put your Masterwork crit on the Ravager to get to 5. Actually, do I need to do that? We have 25 ranks. We have actually... yeah, we have this here, right? We actually don't need to... We don't need to do it at all. I just realized. Okay. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, we just have the ferocity anyway. Yeah, we got 0 ancestors. Oh no, there's 2. Sick. Nobody using Entropic Prism. Yeah, I have used like 5 of them or so this season. At the very least I should make them like 20 times more rare, because they just drop too often. Because you don't need them that much. Like, Transfiguration is best enjoyed without Entropic Prisms. And I've only used it like a handful of times on like uniques I really didn't want to refarm. Is there like actually any item I care about? No, Vashan is nothing. Wait, it's only pants and ring. Wait, am I not getting the non-class uniques, I just realized? Are these only class uniques? Interesting. No, I got Godslayer earlier. That's sus. Oh. So there's actually only 2 items. That's funny. Both of them are trash. Okay. I guess I should use these on the rogue. Get eagle horns. I don't think you can get mythics on this. I've used like a few thousand pro stuffies now and I never got a mythic. This boss match says it needs to be reworked. Yeah, I think I should just delete the boss trophies. I don't think they really add anything to the game besides annoyance. Like, I'm annoyed looting them, I'm annoyed using them. Like, what's the point? I don't want this.
What brings you?
Cross breath might be something.
You know where to find me.
They're useful to start a fresh character. Yeah, but they're not, right? Like, you can stand in town, use your boss trophies, or you can literally just go kill a boss that takes like almost the same time and you get your item anyway. Like, what's the point? And for, you know, any other moment in your entire season progression, you don't care about boss trophies. And yeah, it saves you like a minute when you make an ult. It's amazing. think there's a massive dupe happening. Just got a +4 shock charm for 6B. Are you trying to say that 6B is cheap for that, or like what? I don't know how this indicates any duping. 6B is a lot of gold. What if it's going to be used to reroll the stats on gear that just this boss drops? Oh boy. We're never gonna wear a Banished Law outside. A +4 shock charm is 60B. Oh my god, lol. Who the fuck pays 60B for a +4 shock? That's insane. Dude, softcore economy is so cooked, it's crazy. I think I'm probably scared of Torment. I guess I can try. But you're getting pretty consistently, like, you know, a quarter of my inventory as Ancestors or something. That seems kind of normal for T12. Even more here. So here I shouldn't get any GAs, I guess. I think that's pretty obvious. That's my T1. Yes, Sepke, that's the one. Okay, even T1, I get like no GAs. So definitely scares the Torment. Just sell Umber on Rogue, GG. You open the Artificer stash in Carriga. Ah. Yeah, I don't know what's in there because for me it's bugged. They're gonna fix that today too, I think though. Do we need ping gorgers? Rock Splitter, maybe? But it hits twice, so Rock Splitter is... Nah. I guess he would still want to do it, even if the Rock Splitter hits twice. 3 times, actually. Maybe not. I think Thunder Spike is too much of a meme. This doesn't work with it, this doesn't work with it. Yeah, I think the tower casts are getting fixed. Okay, are we done? Kind of funny how little boss trophies you get of these like bigger bosses. But I think they only drop from the boss themselves. And not elsewhere. Like the other stuff drops elsewhere. Do you want Path of the Emissary? Here's the Ravager. Oof. Do you want Eshai Kazungi? Maybe, actually. They're not gonna fix Baleful Fragment Cap. He will just suffer. Wound and poison. I should save Protean. Might wanna kill that also. Sepa. Hi Koro. What are saving the freeze rings for? The freeze rings are used for pushing pit, pushing tower. Like basically every class, every build does that. Okay, we made it. I think I got like 30k red crystals or something. Actually, I looked at this here, not about the souls, but I think I got like 50k fragments. Oops. And one souls, I don't know how much it went up. Probably also a few thousand. And now... Close. Yeah, without a GA. I could try and see if it hits poison. It's a pretty rare outcome, but let's see.
Stones to cut? Ah, beautiful, no?
Dude, I rolled the same 7, 5, 2, 4. Dude, back to back again. What? 3 times? What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. Not even sure if I really care about it. That's crazy. I think it only has like 4 different roles or something. 11 quality, I don't think this is enough. Unfortunate.
Step up to my anvil. You know where to find me.
I think this time is actually not bad. Barrier and cooldown. Cooldown might be relevant actually if I choose to run this thing.
Pity to break another's work.
Crazy how hard it is to roll these rings, man. Yeah. It's kinda decent. Wound, knife and hit replaced. Okay. Crit bone. Maybe we're fine.
That's it for that piece.
So it needs 1, 3, 3. Okay, we can actually do a lot here. Don't have so much reason actually. Do we want movement speed or not? I don't have movement speed on the helm anymore these days. And in town we have 190. And that's with a movement charm that we're probably gonna replace at some point. So I guess we go for movement. Which means it's gonna be just some res. Not that kind of res. Don't need Windows Wipe for the build. Nah, Windows Wipe is pretty optional. I'll be a bit. Just a minute.
If I cannot be in the wilderness. Yes, I do. Doggo. The white devil is back, yes.
The cube and the enchanter can't add GAs, but tempering can. And transfiguration, I guess. I want to compare armor and always. I think always should be better. Plus 4.7 toughness. Okay, there we go. Plus 5.6. Holy, 0.9% more toughness than the armor roll. Crazy. Only cost us 50 dust. Oof. That's actually a big oof. And then that is actually gonna shift a little bit when I proc my Protean, right? Because you're gonna have more res from the int. But okay, not that much, I guess. There we go. So what do I even like masterwork now? Maybe it's gonna do the dex actually. You're kinda low on dex to be fair. I don't think I need the speed. I already had 190 like this. Is there any other temper I could do? Just barrier gen. Mobility, evade. Yeah, whatever, I guess. So almost reached cap in movement speed actually. Just like that, right? We would just need a high roll, not even GA. Like 195. I think it goes to 31. Gonna do it anyway. Do something. Yeah, I guess he should be at 200 and then get a GA. There, 204. Wait, why? What? Hello? Yo, Rare. Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate that. Wait, how am I... What? Where's that movement speed coming from? Is this a... because you still have the Protean. So we might actually want to put the GA on the movement, yeah. 172. Because that movement is going to get replaced at some point. Are we going to have enough? Damn, we're actually missing exactly the 15 we get from this, so I guess not. Interesting. Okay. 14.5 damage reduction while you have ferocity. Yeah, well. Maybe send it.
Watch over this one.
I'm sending. 8.4 cooldown. That's kind of neat, actually. What about these? Sending. Oh. Oh shit. Streamer client activated. That's actually the best outcome. Also, I have nothing on my gloves. Oops. Okay, there we go. It's time for a chest piece, maybe. Still running around for an 850. Dude, I'm so tanky. I'm just gonna go for the GA decks. Blah. Kinda fucked. Wait. You can put counter attack ranks here, right? Oh, what have I done? I added bones. Oops. Oh shit. Okay. I want to preserve the life, but I guess I'll take the res in that case. That's funny.
Lunchtime.
Oh, what have I done? Thank you. I think you need to take the dog though.
Yeah. Whee!
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Gold here. Reach for him.
Yeah. And chat just reminded me that you're the best wife ever.
What?
Chat just reminded me that you're the best wife ever.
Do I have to remind you?
No. But I felt it necessary. But chat is always trying to be helpful.
Chat is always on my side.
Yeah.
Give him a tiny little piece.
Uh-huh.
Do you want to cut it for you?
What?
Do you want to cut it for you? It's very narrow here.
I think I can manage.
Uh-oh. Adam is very freaky now. He's free.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear himself?
I don't think I can hear that.
He's carrying his Foxy. This is Marion's friend. He has seen better days.
Oh, so close.
Really? Sevki's here. I knew he would appreciate it.
Oh, wait. I'm stupid. The dex is safe. It can't be rerolled. Okay, easy. I thought I'm gonna lose the dex now.
But they are we millionaires yet?
I'm
Someone thinks we are.
I'm a billionaire even. Look, 3.2.
Oh yeah, okay. We can combine with mine.
Yeah.
I have a gazillion.
A gazillion.
Yeah.
Okay. Wanna be a gazillionaire?
Yeah. They say I serve you food because you're a millionaire.
Well, what did you get for yourself?
What do I get for myself? Another steak? No rice. And some zucchini feta balls, but I guess you don't want any of those, do you?
No. Oh, maybe half. Why is Dex safe? Because there's only Dex and skills in the Adapt Tuning Prism category. And a stat always has to be changed into another stat when you roll it. And the Dex cannot change into anything else anymore. You see, it just fails. Yeah. You have to fix that failing thing though. Like it should just like not choose it, right? Kind of stupid that you have this error. A wudzillion. Yeah, all skills on Amulet is actually not in the prism. All skills on Amulet has no category. You have to roll it the hard way. Oh, there we go. Do we care about the skill rank more than Dex? I'm kind of tanky. How much would Dex add here? Like 60 Dex. So oops. So 60 Dex is 2.3% damage. And the skill rank, we are 26. When you equip this, we're gonna be at 30 actually. So we're gonna go from 30 to 31. So it's 2.56. So a skill rank is actually worth 0.15% more damage, 0.25% more damage. But you lose out on the dodge value of the dex, I suppose. And potentially a paragon node value that I might reach. And I have very low dex actually. And then we also have Protean Heart.
You rice. Or you can save it for later with the pork.
Yeah, I mean, it's better. Okay, so with Protean Heart, we have more decks. And that actually makes it dex slightly better. It was 2.56, and this is 273. When we include the 100% extra core stats from the neck. Okay, I guess it is decided. Actually, kind of nice upgrade here. 4 ranks. 4 ranks should be around 10%. A bit more.
Greetings.
Build good with boss damage. This season, yes, because they have a nice little bug. Do a lot of damage against bosses. Without the bug, it's not gonna be that crazy actually.
Yeah, I want to give him something because he's acting like crazy here.
Thanks.
Hmm.
Goodbye.
And a bit of rice too.
The stars align. May you find your way back.
No chance bigger. So it's plus 10% toughness and something like almost 20% damage. And we have the 5% on the imprint as well. So actually I have more like 15, like 17% toughness maybe, and similar amount of damage. Kinda good for a chest piece. Well, we go again. What? Cannot transfigure this item. Wait, did I just hit indestructible back to back? We got a GA on the res, I think. Sure, I guess. Okay. Double indestructible chest. The dex was already GA. I think it's the res that got the GA now. The dex was saved because Adept Tuning Prison has only 2 options. There's core stat and there's skills. You cannot have multiple skills on the same item. And since I had both of these things, the dex roll could never be changed. The cube always has to change a stat into something. You cannot change this one stat into the same stat again. Like dex cannot become dex again. It always has to go into something else and then come back to dex if you want to do that. And so the GA dex could never be removed. Hi, Chris. Shit. Shroud. Oh no. Oh my god. Dude, I got free. Nah.
I'll be here, swinging away.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned. A jewel plucked from the sky.
Can I do a pit? I can do a pit actually. Okay, 1 minute guys. I'm gonna cut the steak. I just decided to finish the steak. I wanted to come back, but here we are now. Okay, 2 ready. Hello. What's up?
I will remain open.
Dot. Dude, I have 800 scrolls of restoration, man. What the fuck? Oh my god. Did they buff Paladin? Not yet. Good start here. 20 quality. That's actually not bad. Because it raises the dot multi. Oh my god. That is unreal, man. What? 3 out of 4 got indestructible. That's crazy. I can 3-1 them now. Look. Let's go. And it's gonna become indestructible again. It's gonna come out indestructible. Watch out, guys. Okay, no GA. Unlucky. We 3-1 Shaco and got 3 GA. Yeah, 3 Shacos, 3 stars. Easy. Okay, let's see this one. 400 dex. Oh, is that better than the quality though? I mean, the quality does nothing besides the extra dot, right? So the dex should probably win, actually. 400 dex is not bad. I calculated earlier, 60 dex is worth 2.7% damage. So 430 is 7 times that. It's like 14. Yeah, I should definitely win. It's like 16% damage or something like that. Let's check out. And I mean here, attack speed while berserking is kind of whatever, it's only like 4% anyway. Like a hit, it doesn't really matter. And then there's a bit of life, but we're already tanky as fuck, so... Yeah, the dex one is actually kind of decent. And the damage over time duration bonus is 20%, so that's like 7%. So this one should be like 10% more DPS actually. Do you want to save any Nesikim? I'll save one. But I have really no hope for this thing, to be honest. Okay. So I got some upgrades. We got boots, we got weapon, we got chest. Didn't stand this thing yet because I need aspects. Okay, so this is... It's slowly coming together. Can we play the game now? Let's see. Someone was asking for a pit like half an hour ago. So let's see this. This. I go to 9-man dungeons or under cities. Let's do this, I guess. Yeah, Protean makes it double the dex, so we get 860 dex from that. But I calculated earlier, the difference with Protean and Hard for a 60 dex roll was, wait, what is going on? Wait, he just somehow walked in and I didn't have 4 ferocity. I'm not sure why. What? Okay, this looks fine now for D12. It might be the Harmony. Maybe the Harmony doesn't give you the buff in town or something. No, it does. I remember seeing it. Yeah, so it probably has to do with the Harmony. And look here. And now, when do I get my 4th back? What do I have to do? Do I have to activate it? Now I have it back. Oh, that's kinda stupid. Okay, so basically we need a charm that gives us gorilla ranks. Okay, we need a gorilla rank charm. That's kinda stupid. You should try to walk out of town, Blue 9. During this build you have 2 GA tempers for lucky hit, apply poison damage. For what? Yeah, a lot of stuff's not active in town, so this is probably one of the things. Yeah, 25 attack speed is noticeable though, I gotta say. That's crazy because you already have 25 attack speed here and it feels so much faster to Claw. Maybe I should put some attack speed. Check the Maxwell counter swarm build. That's the build here. Wait, what? And what is that? The volcano. Wait, I can't survive the volcano. That's crazy. But I guess my disobedience filled off, yeah. And I had basically no barrier. How many hits is it? There's 2 volcanoes spawning, but it actually hits me like 5 times or something. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How do 2 volcano spawns actually hit me 6 times? Okay. And this falls off after 3 seconds. And this also wasn't active, I guess, because I was looting. Okay. Pretty tanky build, actually. I can survive 5 hits without my barrier up. That's kind of wild. Maybe this build is a bit too tanky. I never thought I would say that about a Spiritborn. And don't even have Resolve. Okay, this time I loaded in and I have 4 Ferocity. So it seems I only bug out sometimes. A good run. Indoor map as well. How do I randomly lose the Heart of Stone every time here? When nothing hits me and everything dies instantly. I have 3 level 50 glyphs, by the way. Seems legit. Resolve stacking is a bug. Maybe in 2 separate ways. So number 1 is Resolve tempo ends up at 12 instead of 6 after masterworking. And number 2 is, I don't think Resolve tempo is even supposed to exist. Which is probably why the first bug happens. Pretty consistent, like 1 minute runs, yeah. Okay, we have plus 3 gorilla skills. We need another plus 3 gorilla basically. Plus 2 is actually also okay. If you're squishy at 40 resolve stacks. How's that possible? I am not running Blins. It would be good to ask the chatter, I guess. Dude, I have 60 million toughness. I have no resolve. That's wild. Why is this thing so tanky? Classic evade, I guess. Evade is always tanky as fuck. It's even crazier now because they don't need to scale crit and so on. Dude, can we actually play Spiritborn these days without relying on 100% uptime of counter attack to survive? That's crazy. You have Glins and almost GG gear. Are you also pressing F4 at the start of the run? To actually get your resolve stacks? Because then you should go to like 20 million toughness. How come I'm using Quadlace instead of Balazan? Balazan is for Thorn spells. This has nothing to do with this here. And even then for just, you know, a subcategory of Thorn spells, I guess. Which rune would we run? If we don't run... it's sick. Do Vex, I guess, or something. I want to try a Pit Hunter 1 with no sick and see how the boss feels. And maybe like a boss as well. Resolve doesn't actually scale your armor. It just gives you an armor buff as long as you have any resolve stack. So that is actually relatively minor, especially on a paladin that has the Defiance aura. So the resolve itself doesn't give you any sort of noticeable tankiness. But then you have Glin's Anvil.
Step up to my anvil.
Need aspects. Is there something else I wanted to do? I wanted to do something. Banazan is half physical thorns and half thorns converted into a poison dot. But either way, you need thorns. So there's absolutely no point to run in this build. Ah, no, I wanted to do. I want to try no rune. Okay, what do we do? Not fool, but say. God cry. We don't really need any of that shit. Like, which rune do I actually want? Ohm. 7.5 damage from Ohm. Holy. Yikes, dude. Let's do mod because it looks cool. I got a Tracer Echoes again. I got 2 Tracer Echoes today. Wild. Okay, guy's still getting deleted actually. Thing. Let's try a pit. This build is evade counter swarm. Echoes drop a lot in on a city. $18 million toughness, let's go. Yo, a lot of bits, thank you. $50.4 crit gets rounded. Yeah, there's a lot of like missing decimals in tooltips and stuff like that, so that is certainly a thing. Like, a very good example is Glint's Anvil aspect. It has 16 steps and goes from 3 to 4% in between. But it doesn't tell you like where you are with your percentages and your decimals. So that's cool. But the stat sheet usually has a decimal for crit and for attack speed and so on, so you can see some decimals there. So crit chance and stuff. Stop back to your walk and you really miss resolve stacking. But I really like not doing resolve stacking, I must say. After playing this on Druid. Can't wait for that to be gone. Nothing like having a heart attack as you spawn in surrounded with 0 resolve stacks. Yeah, exactly, man. That's completely stupid, man. Like, even in softcore, this must be annoying. Nice. Oh, I have to do the Tracer Echoes actually. Let's do it.
You have a trace of echoes. The time has come again.
Problem is they get used to resolve stacking, so Warlock is alpha and dies a lot now. Yeah. Don't worry. You can undo the degeneracy over time. It is reversible. Took the transmog. It's kind of funny how like the physics effect apply to your character in the preview. Like if there's like some wind effect or something on your character, you see it here too. Like or like a knockback or something, you see it. It's kind of funny. Tank is built so far. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, everything is fucking immortal with resolve, so. If we're talking about real builds, I mean, this is probably the tank is actually one of like the real builds. This is evade counter swarm build on max roll. What did the patch do? Nothing so far. That's gonna be fun later, I guess. Yeah, disobedience aspect is pretty good. You can also stack it really fast on this build. It only has a 2-second timer. So yeah, that's also whatever kind of killed me, I guess. I didn't have disobedience, so that's like half almost my toughness. I didn't have barrier, another half. Yeah, so like a quarter of my toughness, and I still survived 5 hits from Volcano. Kinda crazy. So, with like a quarter of my toughness, guys. I think it's pretty good, actually. New patch, or how do they break our crux this time? And which skill will lose their core tag today? Find out in the next episode. On Diablo 4, Lord of Fat. Why did I get Echo of Hatred? I got 2 times today from Undercity. Undercity drops it pretty frequently. I get like almost all my echoes in Undercity actually. I don't run it that often, to be honest. I would guess it's like a 5% chance in Undercity or something. I'm not sure if there's conditions, like you actually have to get to like rank 4 attunement or something. Even before user on horror will stop giving Earth tag. Uh-oh. It would definitely require a bit of a rework on Wolf, I guess. But you can definitely play without it. You want more aspects like disobedience and mage lord where you do something and gain damage reduction. Yeah, to be honest, I want less aspects like that, you know. I think damage reduction should not be conditional as much. It's fine if you have like a conditional, slightly better DR, and then you're like, okay, I have that condition all the time anyway, so let's just do it. Or like, you know, you're gonna be careful. But the thing is that, you know, sometimes you have stuff like, okay, you're in Mephisto fight, there's a phase transition, he just vanishes, and suddenly you lose like half your damage reduction. You know, this is kind of stupid, I think. So with a 2-second timer, this is kind of short. Use the vendor and stash any instance when you're done, pull it out and get back in. Yeah, they put the vendor there for a reason, I guess. And usually it's like a few items that drop, and then you just pick up the bags, and that's it. Damage reduction on Tuesday. Yeah, exactly. You don't really want to like have too much conditionals to see. It's like the problem with the resolve stacking as well. You load into a pit, there's like 2 elite packs right on top of you, you have 0 resolve stacks. Yeah, GG. So you gotta be super careful. And I think that's kind of stupid, right? And then like, okay, you press like 3 buttons and boom, you're like 20 times tankier. Like, that's obviously like the most extreme example we have. But yeah, in general, like these conditional damage reduction effects are sketch. They need to... they need not be too OP at least, so that you have alternatives, right? Like, this one is okay. You know, 30% DR, pretty good by itself. And 15% extra from the poisoned enemies. Yeah, sure, you know. It's still a very strong aspect. And it beats most other stuff just from the 30%. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna use that, that's good. And okay, the 15% doesn't apply sometimes when, you know, the enemies are dead and there's an explosion or something. But besides that, it's solid. But disobedience is kind of, you know, problematic. I have it now, it's 45%, you know, it's very strong. It's like the strongest defensive aspect actually, outside of Glint's Anvil. Only works for dots obviously, but that's kind of like a perk of playing dot, I guess. You know, you can use this aspect. But also, you know, it's a bit of a curse, because it's only 2-second timer. Like, you know, you kill everything, you click on your chest, loot the stuff, your buff is gone, you walk into the next pack, and boom, you know? So... if you don't have like enough baseline toughness to like survive something. Or like you saw how earlier I died from the volcano after the run is over. So wouldn't have happened with another aspect. How do you solve toughness issue then? Well, you play the game and make a real build with real toughness on your gear. Don't just go full damage everywhere. There's armor, life, and res. You put that on your items. And God forbid, a defensive aspect. This entire thing was about code. I mean, I'm not sure about the client-side thing and, you know, how this is usually done and whatever. But it's definitely fucked, that's for sure. But in terms of, like, you can't recall default being this buggy, I think... you might have, like... how do I say this? Memory loss. So... you should check that out. Is it sick? Okay. as terrifying mod. That's funny. I wonder if they're gonna add other similar, you know, side content like the Echoing Hatred for like the other Primevals when they arrive. Would be kind of cool if each of them gets like one thing like the Echoing Hatred. I want to try another class, but leveling more plants again is kind of rough. Yeah. My recommendation is just ignore it. That this is a problem and keep blasting. I mean, once you have like, you know, a bunch of stuff saved up and materials and gold and whatever, like you don't need the wall plants for that much on your ult anyway. You know, like I keep going up anyway on my materials and everything. Even though I made like 25 different builds now or something. So need the artillery actually. Actually, do we need any of those shrines? Just protection. We totally need protection actually, and can we just chill here? Really go faster. Gotta go faster. So fun fact, Echoing Hatred does not stop at 150 by the way. It keeps going. I learned. I saw a screenshot of like a rogue bugging it with the pen shot, and it went to like 660. That means there's a lot of health on these monsters. Okay, shrines are over, but I guess we keep blasting. 131, okay. See a crux or something, or tribute? We saw one get to like 1000. Yeah, but I mean, like, don't they just like global one-shot everything anyway? Like, does it actually end for Rogue? Or is it just like, okay, like somehow they like failed and didn't kill stuff fast enough? Plus 24% damage over time. That's actually a pretty big mod there. I might actually save this one. Because it beats like the X%, but then it has armor there. Kind of. So many seals. Jaguar skill cast speed. I mean, let's say a rogue does 870 tiers higher than I did, right? I did 131. If you go to 1000, it's 32% per tier. Oh boy. That's a very large number. When you go to tier 1000, guys. I don't know what this would be called. But monsters will have a lot of HP, it turns out. How come you lost your offhand GA intelligence by using offensive tuning prism? It's offensive and stat. Some of them are in 2 categories. We got 2 mythic tributes actually. Look at that. Dude, look at this beautiful setup here. Pit, pit, under city, helltide, and it all leads to the different horde. Oh my god. Oh, I have to be fast here. Vashan. Then helltide. Do TS actually get high health past 150, or is it always the same? Well, if it's always the same, and you can do 150, then how do you fail, right? Like, it must increase. And I guess there's no reason to assume that it would increase in a different way than before, right? And the expectation would already be that you can't even do 150, right? But I guess there needs to be a failsafe so that you just don't go infinite. So it needs to increase, I guess. And since the rogues just like one-shot everything anyway, with the bug. I wonder how they do fail though. Somehow they fail, but it might just die. Maybe they just die actually. Because I think monster damage does also scale very slightly. So I think the reason why they're failing is probably because they die at some point. Even with like the full Giga tank setup with Resolve and everything. And Doombringer and whatever. Yeah, it could be that the monster health reaches like the integer limit. Oh my god, we have 50 seconds. That's not happening here. I don't think it worms now. Need a worm. Right now. But let's save it. This Widow's Web's a must for this build. Okay, Ignition, I need your theory. Why is Widow's Web so shit on bosses? It's so bad. And it shouldn't be, but it's so bad. I don't know why. It's like the same old Noxus Resonance problem. But I equipped it, it was more than my aspect. The rolls were in a comparable range. And it was just so bad. Why? Paragon is helltide with the maggots more. Nah, there's no interaction with dots and shields really. Let's just do this, yeah. You lose the AoE from all different monsters and the pop. No, but isn't it supposed to do 300% of your total poisoning, right? It says it does 300% to the target and 10% to surrounding. So my aspect on my neck right now is 255. Yeah, okay, that's like that, you know, like, okay, what does the baseline, whatever, right? I could put this on a two-handed. Like, imagine I had some random damage aspect here that gives me, like, 200% damage. And then you have Rita's Web, which is 300%, so it should be more, with the same stats. Minus a little bit of, like, loss on the way, where the dots take before you get a crit, so you lose, you know, a tiny bit of explosion there, right? But either way, it should be extremely easy to make up for that loss with Rita's Web. But it just seems so bad on bosses. And I always had the same problem with Noxus Resonance, right? Even after they changed the Noxus Resonance to be 310. Like, it was... How much was it, like, in the past? Like, 150 and 20 or something? Or 220? And then they changed it to 310. After I was complaining for, like, 3 seasons. But it still feels so bad on bosses. Yeah, I should definitely check out the numbers. I'm kind of curious to hear what if you find out anything. Because it's extremely sus how bad it feels. You can execute the Devourer anyway. Yes. Yeah, I'm planning to go with a normal polearm at some point, but for now I'm just going to do this a little bit. Also, Devourer can't execute bosses, and this thing can, which is kind of nice. I need to go Blood Mad Idol, actually. How about that? Instead of Protean. So I can get our Berserking back. Blood Mad is kind of nice. Marilo, thank you so much. Needs maximum resource. Actually, we need maximum resource for Kakaleka builds.
Step up to my anvil.
It is done.
That's a sick overkill. Wait, what is the other rune you're running? Ah, you go full, I guess. Cry? Wait, what? Ah, okay, you can spec into it. Okay, that's actually not bad. 20 DR, larger radius. Knockdown. But do we care? I guess for Noxus Resonance you kind of want to pull it together, right? For Widow's Web, I mean. Can't you just do manual Vortex? I kind of don't want to drop this. Although, do you want to? Maybe you want to drop Scourge and try to get vulnerable somehow. But there's not really many good vulnerable applications, yeah. We could drop a Toxic Skin, I guess. That's a lot of armor. How about dropping Toxic Skin? Ah, you get a Vuln here. Oh, this is here though. But I want this. Why does Belial randomly not spawn when killing bosses, even when it says defeat Belial on the quest tracker? Well, my guess is spaghetti. So, just go again. Okay, so you're not running Scourge in a push, I imagine, because you don't want to fear everything around, right? But if you don't fear, then you also don't get this buff, and there's not really any other utility mod you want to put here. What do you do? I feel like you kind of want to like pull them in, knock them down, and fear. Yeah. But can't we just go like Bulwark Rune, and then you have like easy conversions, easy survivability, and all, not conversions, Viscous Shield, and all that. And you just drop the Toxic Skin. Toxic Skin seems pretty optional. Oh wait, maybe you're not running Toxic Skin. Are you running Armored Hide for Resolve or something? Oh, you don't need that, you have Kinetic. Yeah, I think Toxic Skin is optional though now. Let's see. Okay, it's plus 50% toughness, that's relatively good, I guess. But does it offer anything else? No, no. Basically no. It's just armor basically. But I guess, okay, it's like 50% toughness instead of 100% toughness. And 100% is not even real because you also have the gorilla to give you a barrier, I guess. So it buffs that gorilla barrier. And you get more frequent vortexes, so I can kind of see it actually. And the vortex also gets a DR. Using Quadlays and Shattered WoW. Yeah, but it's still the same build, right? So it's just some changes. I don't have a build guide for this, so just check the Maxwell one from Ignition. You know, I'm still in potato mode right now. I'm gonna have to fix this at some point. I haven't even made like a Paragon board or something. I just clicked some random shit. So yo, Bob. Thanks, man. Speedrun Paragon, exactly. I mean, we're at 270, then you can kind of get away with it until you really want to min-max. So that's kind of nice. Trying to find the ambient music here to your Temis Sewer campaign. I mean, isn't there like soundtrack for the game or something somewhere? Usually this is searchable. What are tempering on defensive gear? How about defensive stats? Such as armor and life. Kinda useful actually. But
What brings you?
And Ignition has both a rune and an aspect now in this game. Holy. He's very famous among the dev team. Spiritborn cannot run Grandfather. It's a Shadow of WoW right now. You can't find Eldraine as a Spiritborn now. Beautiful. Plus is doing 25 to 50 million damage with crit. Do you do something wrong? Maybe not. But, I mean, you're 190 Paragon with crappy glyphs and most likely even crappier gear. So just keep going and it's gonna get better. I got my Drag Claws to get like T12 layer bosses in like 3 seconds or so at some point. Like a few casts. I mean, double check the rotation. Drag Claws rotation is relatively intense. Where's the pranksters? Not a single prankster in 2 runs here with the tribute. Most build for me right now. For fun. I had the most fun with Barrage. Ah, there was one pranks apparently. Ooh, wait, I completely missed him. Okay then. He was complaining prematurely. Voila. Yeah, this build has perma evade. Resource Generation GA. I don't think I have one of these on hardcore after all this time. Oh well. Yeah, the perma Rushing Claw reset is when you have 20 ranks in Ravager. You have 4 minimum ferocity. And then you have perma Rushing Claw. Hi, honey. It's much too warm. Yeah, I heard from the UK people it's super hot there too. Yeah, it's actually kind of nice so now. It's like some big heat wave in like northwest Europe now or something, or I don't know, central west, I guess. Max, I should have a fun tier list. It does actually go a little bit into the endgame tier list. That's only one of the factors, sort of. The vibe tier. Just vibes. We discussed this actually in some meetings. How do we show people what is vibes? It's tough. Because a lot of people don't want vibes. They just want to suffer. I don't know why. Should Ava's fun on Dash make it S? He seems to be having a lot of fun actually, so maybe. God is cursed. What is this? Which uniques are mandatory to get this build started? Band of Breathing Moon, which is from Marshan. Very easy to get. Besides that, you just need to get the Ravager to 20 ranks somehow, either with Charms or with Boots. Or Vex Rune even, I guess, would maybe do it, although this might be a bit scuffed because I have to trigger it at the start. Warplans charakterübergreifend? No. Nein. Sind sie nicht. Bitte. Let's craft on uniques. I'm pretty happy with how uniques work now. But who knows. I mean, technically you can temper them, that's kind of crafting. And you can reroll their aspect. You can 5-1 legendary attributes into Mythic, but only the armament ones. The others don't have unique versions.
Locked.
And this guy was standing there with like full poison, what? I need to review this.
I'm going to drown in it. Think when the ringing of those dark bells, it fills my head.
What? Okay, he was not fully dotted, but I came back and he was half. That's very sus. Actually, it's just like too long duration, right? So he probably still has... Okay, he still has a dot on him, actually. Okay, because it's so long. Okay. And he wasn't fully dotted, so he didn't get executed. I do have to say though, Super is kind of a... Maybe we're gonna run Super a bit more in the future and see. Can't get cooldown reduction to save my life, not sure what I'm doing wrong. You get some cooldown reduction from the ring. And you can get more from the Quadly. And then you also have the Paragon if you're spec into Prodigy's Tempo, which I don't have. And then you can also put cooldown reduction on your gear. On the rings especially. So I'm not sure how much cooldown you're trying to get, but there's various ways. And the main thing you need is 20 ranks in Ravager, which you can do with an 850 boots. You just need to masterwork the Ravager ranks. You can craft them easily to cube. Once you have 20 ranks in Ravager, you'll have infinite evade. Rushing Claw. Quickly guys, go in. can't get seals from the blacksmith cache. Any chance I want to run a glaive for any build? Instead of a quarterstaff or Polan?
They can't all be winners, can they?
Huh. Yeah, I know it's 11% less, but I mean, if I make other builds, I think we always want either the slowest or the fastest weapon, but we don't really want a glaive, right? Close.
You know where to find me.
The 2 aspect upgrades though, look at that. Let's try this then. The max resource harmony. But I guess you want max resource and resource generation, right? Wanna do some Kappa-Lecker action. Oof. Yeah, I need to do something. I have something in my eye. I'm gonna be 1 minute. pain in the eye and came back with dessert. That's like the best possible outcome, actually. Okay, so when do we have a patch? It's 1.5 hours, right? Need to go on my Warlock later and see if I need to prep anything. Because we're gonna try the Lunatic again.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Let's see what I can do with the Rizoka set at some point.
Mainlander, what do you think?
The Opportunities Paragon Rare Node is a separate multiplier. Really? What? Oh, is that one a multiplier? That seems strange. Oh, tower ends in 220. Oh, and then probably the patch is gonna be done. I mean, I can imagine that they just made all the resource generation additive now. But for some reason, this one node doesn't seem to be, huh? Like, they made life additive as well, for example, and so on. So I think that kind of makes sense. Man, can we get the Sapping Paragon board back? I feel like I want to play Cappadocia builds again, but without Zapping, I think it's gonna feel so awful. Okay, let's see. Actually, wait. This can execute bosses, right? I know, it says initially non-boss enemy. Fuck. I thought, okay, maybe we don't care that much that we can't execute bosses with the Devourer. Actually, we will never get this 5-piece bonus, right? Because you always insta-kill with the Shadow Vow. Does it even give us any Scourges? This pit ladder disabled. There is no ladder on the pit. It's only the tower. You have to do a tower. You stopped using WoW. Yeah, it seems like we have to do that. I mean, I can still press Scourge anyway, I guess. every 10 seconds. That's not a problem. Yeah, it makes sense, Ignition. Okay, I need a full bar. Good enough for science. We even have the 2 seconds faster. So have you tried this Balazan Sprite mod here? It means that it happens every 4 seconds now instead of every 6, I guess. You can get a lot of Scourge. I wonder if we can make like a Scourge build. I guess this is instantaneous damage actually. Looks like instant. Is Tyrius considered bad? No, Tyrius is pretty good. But it's kind of a side grade. So it's usually a bit less damage because no main stat. But that's kind of trivial. It's just that right now everyone is immortal because of resolve stacking or because of Salic. Besides like the Warlock and the Sorg. The Sorgs have the Raiment. And the Warlocks... Yeah, the Warlocks can go for Tyrius. I was running it. The bolts do some damage. And that's some cope, holy. Tyrius is nice if you don't have a really good defensive aspect to put there. And if you need the movement speed, then Tyrius is good. And in some cases you can't cap your movement speed just with like the boots, for example. Hi, Rogicon. Okay, let's try Duriel. Let's see what happens. Yeah, okay, so now we have Balazan build, which is pretty weak on the 3-piece, pretty good on the 2-piece, and like all right. Okay, so how's this compared to Quadly actually? Here we have 60 and 200. And here we have 80 and 250. It's actually not so crazy. And we lose the cooldown stuff. So this is the Balazan multiplier. And this is the Quadly multiplier. So it's like a third more. Yeah, so Balazan set is like a third more. And we get weakened for free, I guess. But we already have that. Which means you can go with this. Do we care about it? Not really, I guess. This doesn't even trigger tenacity aspect, which is kind of funny. Any other changes? So what about this movement speed actually? We are fine here. Wait. Where's the patch? I get a decent red zone for my sealing purposes. It's tough, actually. But it's relatively farmable at least. Okay. Dude, there's so many effects that go above movement cap, but for some reason the eagle set is not one of them. Why? So I have to make different boots, I guess, with and without a set. Oof. I'll play PoE. Yeah, I'm not 100% decided, but I'll probably go for a mercenary. I'm running drops for it. Everyone is running drops. Damage? What the fuck? Did I miss something? $45 stop, by the way, from Touch of Death. Seems good. Yo, Foxhound. Thank you for the sub. We're not planning companion hunters. I heard people getting very excited about the Pokemon Tame a Beast, tame a boss thing. Where are the wings? Good question. Okay, I need to try this in like dungeons and Helltide and so on, see how the cooldowns feel. Because I guess with Riffing Moon, it's not enough to just reset everything easily. Especially my ult and stuff. Might be a bit tight. So you probably have to go a bit of cooldown. And if you start adding cooldown reduction, then you actually lose most of the bonus that you get from the set. It's not that much stronger than the Quadley set. And it's weaker defensively too. Like I had 18 million toughness, now I have 16, 17. PoE2 considered more complex if you can clear the highest tier maps in a few days. Well, one thing has little to do with the other. You know, you can do it in a few days when you have mastered the complexity and the challenge of the game. Then you can do anything. But getting there and learning it is way harder, for sure. What bit are we at now? I haven't gone above 101 so far, but my glyphs are almost there now, so we're gonna start moving up soon.
Mainland taken apart. Melted down.
Attacks reduce evades cooldown by 1.1. Doesn't it actually reduce the cooldown of the rushing claw? You need a PhD in Exile to master the skill tree. It's kind of funny. I feel like it's kind of easier to min-max a build in PoE2 than it is in D4 to some degree. Because in D4 you have like all these bugs and, you know, unintuitive mechanics and stuff. You have to test everything one by one. And in PoE2 you can kind of trust how it works. Because they just do everything way better. And everything just makes a lot more sense. Like the theory crafting part is kind of annoying in D4 sometimes. And in PoE2 I feel like it's just kind of vibing. And you go with the flow and it kind of works. But you can't really do this in D4. I need to check something here, guys. We're trying to troubleshoot this thing. But it doesn't let me in, actually. Unlucky. Okay, I want to try this here. Attacks reduce evade cooldown. This doesn't actually work. Interesting. Wait. We don't have the quad set, that's why. Okay, wait a second. Let's put this here. Okay, this works. But for rushing claw, it doesn't work. Interesting. Okay, good to know. It's actually such a weak mod to have on the seal. With the attacks reduce evade cooldown. Actually, I want to use the seal anyway, right? 15% damage. I don't know what I was running before. There's the dex thing. Plus 24% X damage over time. Kinda crazy actually. That's even better. Let's save this just in case. Save this one just in case. Fair. believe. Okay, we have that already. Okay.
Mainlander, what do you think? I thought mainland.
Actually crazy, they can get 20, like they can get 30% damage over time only. Like why is this thing so crazy actually? Like the random mod is better than the base mod. Normally you can get 20% base damage, like to everything, right? And that's like the best mod to get, unless you're in crit build, you can get 25 crit damage. Like this. And these set mods are usually like 10%, like that. But this one goes to 30 for no reason. Actually wild. I need to check if I can do anything here with the diamond mind. It might be kind of good. I mean, here poison is 80% longer. I mean, that alone is kind of decent. The problem is that it's gonna make my boss kills like really slow if I don't have to execute on them. Also, this thing is crit damage. Unlucky. And you have to go protein. Protein. Eat your proteins, guys. It's actually kind of rough. The crit part of this is like not great. I wonder if I could do some stuff like Rizoka plus Eagle set or some shit. But moving 50 meters for 8 seconds. I guess that works. Even though the DR is like not really great with the 1.5 seconds. What about multitude? Well, you have an ultimate active, your skills gain an ultimate spirits type and 15 per spirit. So you have one more from the harmony. So you have 4 from harmony instead of 3. Then you have this. So that's worth 85%. If you can make this happen with harmony and the right ult and so on. So that's kind of decent. And then you can get the passive effect of that spirit. So this is especially good for the fire armored hide, where you can get ferocity. But only when you take damage. So I wonder if I would want to rely on this, since the entire set requires you to have ferocity. So it might be a bit yikes, actually. Can do multitude and the 2-piece of the others, I guess. Actually, that doesn't sound so bad. Going like 5-piece multitude and then 3-piece Rizoka. So you don't have this like shitty lose all your stacks thing. Ah no, you lose them anyway, I guess. Okay, F. So you have this at least. That's kind of tough. The Spiritborn sets are relatively weak. And the Spiritborn charms are relatively strong. So it's really hard to use the Diamond Mind. I think what you actually want is like one of the other seals. But I guess you need like the same, like it's the same problem as the other classes, so you need like the +1 charm. Like this, you need like 2/2/2, then maybe like Balazan, 2-piece, Eagle 2-piece. Would be kind of good. Balazan 2-piece, Eagle 2-piece, and 2 unique charms would be pretty good, I think. That'd be kind of nuts, actually. They're tanky anyway, so I'll be fine without the R. And then... what about Golden Epiphany? It's like 2-piece and 3 unique charms. So that would probably work too, if you have the +1 there. They need to give them a +1 charm slot, man. Baseline. Dude, I know what's gonna happen. That's gonna like buff all the sets after nerfing Resolve and whatever. And then these Mythic Seals are gonna be completely worthless. It's gonna be glorious. Protein, Harmony lets you run air. Protein Riffing lets you run another aspect. An Air of Perdition, yeah, but Air of Perdition, if you're not a crit build, is like really pretty yikes, man. Like if you don't benefit from the stats of the Perdition, you don't really want to use it. If you're running a 5-piece Gorilla set, you have all 4 spirits on Rake. Crazy. Well, I guess the 5-piece is still 150 multi, right? But the 2-piece is nothing. Like the 2-piece doesn't have a multi, so like the whole set is like a times 2.5, right? For the Wumba set. It's like super shit. Okay, let's try this. Okay, it's still the same error. You can't do this. Alright. I just need to send the timestamp of this real quick. I've been trying to get this to work, but I can't troubleshoot it. So anyway, I started blasting. Let's see, let's put 101 here. Need to put this back though. Kind of important skill. Anything else that we messed up here? No. Okay. There's no build guide from Spirit for me. But it's the evade counter storm build from Max Roll from Ignition. I used to do a lot of the Spirit guides, but I was like, you know, full on Warlock for now. For the launch, to make sure that we have that set up. So I left it to Cat and Ignition, who have been like our Spiritborn riders along with me. For Vessel of Hatred. What makes the build illegal? You're gonna get a speed ticket after every pit. So the cost actually ramps up. You know the famous $25 rifts? Oh, we actually had 100 here. Have to go up now. Well, essentially I'm gonna play in PvE League start. I might do Gemling or Tactician.
Let us plan our next move.
Okay, let's see how this feels. Yeah, it's definitely a bit tight with the cooldowns when you do this. Yeah, like I lose my Perma Devourer. You have to put like a cooldown roll or so. Or Prodigies, but if you put Prodigies, it's already not worth it. Like the Blood Sunset is buffing you less than a Paragon now. So you cannot do Prodigies, you have to solve cooldown in another way. It might be fine in like higher content, I guess, where stuff doesn't instantly evaporate, because you're gonna get more hits and more cooldown. But I think normally we're just gonna play quietly and you're chilling. Like I lose the primacy value here, because my ult is down. I wanna see if I can notice the Scourge actually popping. Not played Ball Lightning. I'm not sure if you want to go with a two-hander that has Gem Strength over the Stormhorn. Maybe? I'm not sure how, you know, how necessary the Stormhorn is, I guess. If you can't play the build without it, then you can't do it. But yeah, I mean, like a Gem Strength two-hander stuff with modifiable Gem Strength is probably in a range of like double DPS for free, kind of. So kinda hard to beat that.
Step up to my anvil. Let's do it then.
Okay, let's do 105. How many of a CDR? I think I have CDR. Oh no, I don't. But I think I might have one that has it actually. Or was it a loyalty? Yeah, Harmony of CDR would definitely kind of do the trick. Definitely going to be noticeably squishier though than Quadley as well. Like Quadley has 30 DR and here you have 30 life. And you lose a roll on your helm. If that is enough, then maybe, but it's probably still like minus 15 or 20% toughness. Or plus 31.2. 5% damage. So any other advantages on Banazan? There's also like the thing that if you don't have Shattered WoW, then the boss fights will actually be kind of longer in speed farming, right? So it's only for like long boss fights where you actually realize the full potential. I guess I'm gonna stay on a Banazan build for a little bit and see. Not doing resolve stacking. Yeah, I mean, that's on purpose, right? I mean, it's not like I'm struggling with defense, so it's fine. Yeah, I wanted to see how a real Spiritborn feels. And it feels kind of insane, actually, so. But, you know, it's still a thing to consider that you have less toughness on the Banazan set compared to the Quadley. Right, a Hellborn when I play the pit, you find out every run. I didn't spec into them actually. Maybe I should have. Doesn't that drop anything you care about? I don't think so actually. How do you perma evade? And you need 20 ranks in Ravager. Then you have perma. Judging a class by the most better build it has isn't the wisest. Well, they might nerf the speed or the damage of this build, but they probably won't change anything about the defense. So, you know, going into this expansion, like before expansion, like Spiritborn was always like by far the worst hardcore class. It was like super squishy and, you know, just died very easily, and I had to rely on counter attack and this kind of stuff. And that, you know, it made it extremely unpopular on hardcore. Outside of like people blasting with evade, which was actually usually the best, but also the tankiest build on a class. And also on top of that the safest to play, because you just kind of murder everything before it ever touches you. So evade was like pretty good, but outside of evade there was like nothing. Like Spiritborn on hardcore was just dead. You know, I got rank 1 like 7 tiers above rank 2, and it was not even trying too hard. Or something, like, you know, this is kind of how dead the class is on hardcore. And now I wanted to see how it is, and actually Spiritborn is like kind of the tankiest class I've played so far, outside of like resolve stacking meta. Which is kind of funny. And kind of expected, I guess, since Spiritborn lost by far the least toughness out of all the classes, without the passives. So, you know, Spiritborn just didn't have any defense to begin with, and everyone else lost theirs. So here we are, I guess. And then they started adding like the this toxic skin armor thing. It's kind of insane. Oh no, Whisper completed. Cowl demons. Okay, so here I seem to have enough cooldown now. There's enough enemies. Insta murder double, sorry. Assets I'm running with Shattered WoW. We have the Ripping Moon, we have the Double Swarm, and we have Supremacy. That's it. That is a big temerity, holy. Okay, what does Andario drop for us? Jackham Shell and Craze. Not sure if I need either of them, because if I play Kapeleke, we're gonna have Prodigies, right? So which build would actually run Jackham Shell? Withering Fist, I guess. Like a basic attack build so run it, I guess. So these Anario loots are kinda whatever. I wanted to check if I should spec into the Bloodseekers, but I don't think so.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
It is done.
Jack and Shell is so much fun. I mean, you could throw a Jack and Shell in here as well, right? If you wanna solve the cooldown in some way. And the greedy earthquake ability of some enemies is just stupidly broken. No. I mean, earthquake definitely hurts, but it's also something to play around relatively easily. And it's not like as bad as, you know, like crackling souls or some shit. He's a doo-doo-doo barb. But we still execute the Bloodbane ourselves. So if I don't press Scourge at all, will I ever execute something with the set? I guess not, right? There's no chance. When I have the Shadow Vow. I just don't get the buff. I don't see Scourge. Oh, actually, there was a Scourge. Somehow we did it. Okay. Interesting. I guess it needs to happen exactly the right moment. If you're running Kemperleke, get your hands on Selec hard. Nah, you can't do Kemperleke and Selec. You're gonna die. Like, there is like a little gap sometimes where you just get blasted. And also, you know, every time you kill the pack and there's no enemy left, and then you swing one more time, you will not get your Midnight Sun proc, and you will be at 0 resources, and then you die, at the very least. So it's definitely not something you want to do. Don't I have a cooldown ring? Or Harmony? You have 2 cooldown. Oh no, Loyalty always has cooldown. He's a 10 cooldown ring. So we could remove the dex here, for example. The dex would be like, I don't know, a 7% loss or so. Or 6. Put cooldown there. I mean, pretty tanky. We could even remove the life, potentially. And then we might be fine. So we would give up. It's still a bit of convenience to give up, to be fair. And my Ravager is still not gonna be permanent, right? It's just 8 seconds. And it gives you a 96 cooldown rate, so it's like at 16 seconds cooldown, it would be perma. But I don't always have this now. It's like 2.75 or 2.8 per rank. Yeah, true, we get plus 4 seconds on Rushing Claw. Okay, so this makes it 12. So actually we have it, yeah, alright. So this is enough. And here we have 41, it lasts 15. it comes back twice as fast, so there's like a 10-second gap-ish, and then the rest you have to fill with the Ring of Reflecting Moon. Yeah, but this is basically, it seems like it's only useful if you actually do like high pits or something. But I think for everything else, I would just run Quadly, right? Because if you get to the point where you like blast lair bosses, you're gonna have enough downtime that you can't get your cooldown back, and then your supremacy stacks drop, and then everything's kind of fucked. Can I make a similar ring? It's dot. So the masterwork there. Completed a new highest difficulty in Rotator on all characters. Yo, Gratzepke, I know you were working on that. You may need to seek help. What was that? 420 hours. Nice. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, let's remove the life and keep the dex. $129 in the past 2 weeks. Only. Actually grinding.
This should be interesting. Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
So it's gonna roll this until Big Bone. I think my ring originally had 13 wound. And actually putting the cooldown on the ring means it's really gonna be easier with the Harmony Helm. Because they're interchangeable, right? We give up a life roll here, we get a life roll there. I think the ring life roll might be... Is that the same actually? Or maybe it's slightly more. No, it's the same. Ring and the armor piece are the same life. So it doesn't actually matter. Ooh. Ooh, okay. I think I actually want to put the Masterwork on the Wall because you want to run a normal weapon at some point, right? And this will have a lot of dot. You don't have the Masterwork Wall here. Push over the top the life of the rings. Yeah, okay. And then I guess, you know, if you really want to go ham, you would try to get the quad damage rings, right? But for just like a regular gear, you just go for this and you're fine. It's like way easier to set up, and it's basically just a side grade because you trade a little bit of damage for a little bit of defense. With like an okay, ratio basically. Gonna say Kuda is 41, 37. Okay. Let's see how it feels. Kinda tight on the Devourer. I just got it back here. You try to send like a pit. In higher pits it's gonna be fine, I guess. Is it one or all of them? N equipped legal cooldown skill, okay. So I guess the more I spend my other cooldowns, the worse it becomes. Oh, Jesus, take the rod. Oh god. Good luck, Bassett.
Very well. That settles it.
Let's do 106. Dominique starting at 0.5. Crossbow. Guys, this build is fun, fair, and balanced, okay? Nothing to see here. Warlock mains, maybe close your eyes for a little bit. Okay. And no one will get a speed ticket playing this build, okay? I promise. But don't show it to the devs. Because the build is illegal. Don't show it to Panda. Oh no. Or to Norby. He built the Spirit Bomb but gave up to play Barb. Bad move. I mean, it's kind of a blast to play this, I must say. Now the question is this build or the original Evade better? We're pretty close. Once the patch applied. I'm 1.5 hours apparently. Dude, what? Where's this thing? Oh, it's there on the left. Yeah, the swarms like spawning in town is kind of weird, man. There are patch notes, yeah, I've done linked in the description. Balthasar said is eating your loot? What do you mean it's eating your loot? What? I think it wouldn't hurt if they like slow down the rushing claw animation a little bit. Because you see like sometimes how it's like erratic and like actually rubber banding a little bit. So I think maybe they should just make the rushing claw like, I don't know, 20% slower or something. And then I guess I could like tweak the damage of the build a little bit. This is also like kind of the strongest I know, right? On the class. Yeah, I was actually running without the main aspect for a while until I realized that I never imprinted it. It's kind of funny. I didn't have the dot one. I was getting a dot damage on my gear, but I didn't have any dots. Build was pretty good anyway. Yeah, I'll try some other Spirit Bond stuff. I've saved up a few things. But I was just kind of like playing this now to like kind of get started and, you know, build up my character, my aspects and everything. But yeah, it's relatively lost cause. I mean, nothing will beat this on a Spiritborn. But aside from that, it's also like a lot of stuff is buggy on the build tree and so on. So that's kind of a bummer. And then the Rizoka set is kind of like awful to play. The Wumba set is just completely shit. The Multitude set is like, eh. If Multitude set at least was ramping a Supremacy aspect really hard, and you put like Supremacy aspect on a two-hander, and then like 10 seconds into the run, you have like a fully stacked two-handed 30 stack Supremacy, that would be kind of cool with Multitude set, right? They need to make that happen. But right now this doesn't even stack it at all, so it's stupid. Like this is like the number one synergy that you have with the set, right? The Multitude set and the Supremacy aspect, and it just doesn't work. It's like the same shit as with the Druids, with the Shapeshifter aspect that just doesn't work with the Arc Druid aspect. And it's like, you know, this is like the number one thing that needs to work, and it just doesn't. Like, why do you even make this stuff? I think they will Giga buff different stats this season. I have like kind of the freestyle rotation. Nah, that's like the worst case scenario. They can't do that in D4. I mean, first of all, in D4, the stats are made completely different from D3, right? In D4, the stats are extremely generic. And, you know, they're not like necessarily defining a certain build or something. In D3, it's like one build. And yeah, they did like very low effort changes and tried to like refresh the meta a little bit and stuff. Sure, when you have like 2.5 people working on the game, then this is what you do, I guess. But when you have like, you know, 100 people working on the game, you kind of expect a bit of a different approach there. You know, like in D4 you also have like just a way bigger player base and a lot more like very casual players and stuff that don't follow any meta stuff. There's just some people that want to log in and play Flurry every single season for the last like 13 seasons and then they log off again. So you can't really do this sort of like, okay, like this one build is like, you know, the chosen one or something. So... Is there a mythic item can play in this build? Yes. I mean, technically you can put Ethereals and a Shroud here if you want. Although, yeah, I kind of don't want to because you have the ranks on the chest. Ranks and decks. And we're kind of tanky already. And if you have Mythic Seal with a +1 slot, the Severed Finger Seal of +1 charm, you could do 2-piece Balazan, 2-piece Quatley, Harmony, Protean, and Equip Petition. This is what Ignition said earlier. So that would also make sense. Kind of. How can 100 people work on a game and not even one of them noticed for 3 years they're doing the same mistakes they already did? Maybe they notice. But who says they're gonna do something about it? Dude, the Woomba set is 125% for gorilla skills. Holy. Like, I think what they should do is they should remove the 20DR from the 3-piece and put the gorilla primary hole bonus for free there. And then just buff the 5-piece and maybe the 2-piece, make it not the thorns thing, but something that is a more universal. Like, this set is like so all over the place. Like, it gives you Thorns and Gorilla damage. So you want to do a Thorns bit of it, but none of your skills are really getting buffed much. It's just the Gorilla Horde that's getting buffed. So then the Gorilla Horde is supposed to do your damage. Like, you know, what's the point, right? You can just equip a Wushnak Pa and there you go. Then you have all the potency you want. You don't need this shit. And what about all the other Gorilla skills, you know? I mean, it's only like 1/3 of the Gorilla skills that actually do Thorns and the other don't, you know? Like, what's the point? That's so bad, man. So like this. And then you add X damage. Holy fuck, it's hard to write. And then we take this. Put it here. I mean, the Thorns thing is maybe interesting for like Revenge Cliff or whatever, right? Even if we don't play a Thorns build. And then we make this here, like, I don't know. Let's say like a 50x damage or something, or 60, right? And then we do it here like a 250. So this is maybe how this could work. I'm just gonna post this as my feedback.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Okay, what are we doing? War plan. We need more hits.
It is done.
Wave. Thank you so much for the prime. Jaguar has 10 crit damage or 300 weapon damage. You have 90% crit chance. I mean, that depends on how much other crit damage you have already. But I think you're almost guaranteed going to be better off with the extra weapon damage. If there's no other trade-off besides that. Would you buff the Jaguar set? Yeah, my suggestion for the Jaguar set is to make it like a decay of stacks and not like all the stacks drop off. But the decay is faster with more stacks. So like every second you lose 10% of your stacks or something like that. So you always keep like a relatively easy baseline. And then when you fight it ramps up. But it's not like you start from 0 all the time in the middle of combat, you know, it's kind of stupid, I think. I think that's the main change that a Resoka set probably needs to feel good. You have 3,500 crit damage. Well, that's not how the calculations work. So that number doesn't say anything. But, I know what your weapon has. I guess you're comparing a weapon, right? Weapon damage. So, if one of them has weapon damage and the other one doesn't, the one with weapon damage will be between like 7 to 10% more DPS. And you go up a bit of crit damage. But what other stat do you give up is the question. It must be one other stat that you're also missing. Unless that's like life on kill or some shit. Is it worth an extra couple hundred weapon damage or 30 crit damage or something? Yeah, usually I wouldn't masterwork crit weapon damage. But I guess if you have a lot of crit damage on your other slots, then it might be better. Especially on barbs, I guess, where you have like only one weapon you attack with, and then many other weapons giving you lots of crit damage. You might be in a position where you actually go for the weapon damage masterwork. Or in Paladins, for example, on the one hand in shield setups, it's also not bad to do the weapon damage masterwork, because your shield gives you like a free double up on that, basically. Right, you don't have to masterwork weapon damage from the shield, it just gives you the double damage from the weapon. So you basically pay the cost of one regular affix masterwork, and you get double the effect. Where, for example, on one hand and focus builds, you would have to have double weapon damage on both items and masterwork on both to get the same result, compared to one hand and shield. Crazy, I was still cruising for 110 like this, man.
Taken apart. Let's chart the course. Where do we strike?
Ah, we're going back. Yeah, if you spin to win on the barb and it's 10% crit damage versus 300 weapon damage on your main weapon that you actually ran with, yeah, the weapon damage surely wins. But if you play a Capital build, you're gonna have max resource on every cast, right? And not every third cast, so that shouldn't be a problem.
That's it for that piece.
Care for a game of chance?
Patch live. Wait, they actually patched the game before the leaderboard ends? We'll make a little. Yeah, this is Shadow Vow right now. Fetch time. Okay. I'll get a drink. Hey guys, lunatic cooking, I guess. Let's see it. Shadow damage on rogue useless. You wanted to explore a build of it? Yeah, Shadow is definitely not really good enough right now to really do anything, so we're waiting for some buffs. Basically for Shadow you want to have like gigantic single target damage, and then like have the Shadow imbue kind of like, you know, pop the packs and stuff, right? But for gigantic single target damage you probably want to do something like rapid fire, but then the ruckus upgrade doesn't actually work. On the rapid fire, for example. Uh-oh. Mm-hmm. Where did the helm go now? What? Unequipped it. It just went here. Okay. Uh-oh.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Seeing transfigured fire damage, man. F. So close. Does it still drain you in town? Ah, feels bad, man. I was hoping that they would change this and it doesn't drain you in town. Because then you could play Silic. If you start a run with not zero, you could play Silic. That would make it pretty good, I think. Happy birthday, Misanthrope. What are you looking for free stuff? Can you convert red crystals? Yes, at a alchemist. Rogue got nerfed. Did they fix the ammo crux bug now, actually? Wait, let me see the patch notes. I don't really remember all of it. Okay, a bunch of like dungeon issues. Okay, the infinite amalgam. Infinite goblin spawns. Burial the grim favors. I think this was already fixed. What about the infinite like loot in hordes? Fix an issue where the same aspect could be transfigured on an item twice. I found this. Multiple unique charms fixed. Okay. Okay, the borderline core. What's the Dirge Fang? Oh. No fix or charm rerolling. They did not fix the rogue. I wonder what's wrong with the rogue. Like, why are they not fixing it? Maybe it's just like a bigger fix or something. Something really big is wrong, you know? I have 19 Paragon points unspent, oh my god. I feel like we have to go for... Timber's will here if I want to do this. But I'm going kind of squish, so let's see if I can do it without. It was 10% wrath per second. It's all wrath per second to lose, yeah. Wait, it doesn't show the talisman. What I saved there. What the fuck? It's just this icon. We'd have 2.9k willpower. What is happening? That's without chance, yeah. That's with us. Yes, beating shakes. Again. I'm not sure what did I play last on hardcore. The druid, I think, right? Where's my druid? Oh, do you unlock the last route from the pit? I mean, from the tower? I think so. It's like 1 per 20 tiers, I think. Ah, I think they might have fixed that now. Okay, where's my topaz? You can only equip one unique charm unless you have a specific unique talisman. Yes. Exclamation mark patch notes A7. Here. Okay, Okay, we have transfigured, transfigured, transfigured. So normally this should be the pain gorgers. And then, okay, I remember now. So pain gorgers equipped. And then we should have Gold Slayer Charm. But right now I will go pain gorgers Charm. I think I found a pretty good one here on my druid, right? All and crit multi. Crit, all, cooldown. Oh my god. I have this thing here. Kinda good actually. If it doesn't brick now. Mm-hmm. Is there anything I can do for like giga resources? Because every time I go through like a portal and stuff, I'm gonna lose like all my resources basically, right? That kinda sucks. So unless you got Tybalt's. I mean, I have this here, 1 wrath per hit. This doesn't matter anyway. Maybe it's fine, but there's like a slight ramp, basically. Yeah. And then we also have to stack our overpower here. Okay guys, we're gonna go at almost the same pace as the Spiritborn for sure. This is a Paragon 293 character after all. I played the Spiritborn for 1 day. This one I played for 2 weeks. Should be fine, right? First try. I think we're gonna do an Entropic for this though. I kinda don't wanna risk this one. And I think Entropic is always quality or all stats, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yo, Slicer, thanks for the membership by the way. I just saw. Appreciate that. Ah, knife on hit as well. Okay. Thick bug still infos Spiritborn. Welp. Okay, 2.2 mil. A little times 6. Any build idea for PA2 next week? I didn't cook anything yet, but I will do a mercenary with crossbows. So probably galvanic shards or something. Okay, so we're missing a little bit of damage on the aspect. We're supposed to have the Hellbent Commander aspect, which is 70%. Actually, are we supposed to have it? We have Moonrise and Crushing. Yeah, so instead of Crushing, it would be like, I don't know, 3% damage upgrade or whatever, but okay. All of this looks fine. What do I cook on Warlock? So I'm trying Dirge. Actually, I had this in the guide, but then I disabled it because I realized it's buggy. Yeah. So I did this. It's basically this version now. With Dirge. Seed. Yeah, Hellbent instead of Crushing is exactly the setup that I should be having now. And I did put a Tybalt's Will. And I think you could get away with that. And then you would not have any issues with the regen and so on, and can go for like a lot of resources. And then you actually want to stack like maximum resource here, like a little bit at least, and you can get to like 300, 400 resource or something, if you really want. And then this will scale up quite crazy. But yeah, playing this on hardcore without the second defensive aspect is gonna be rough. Let's just try this first and see how it goes. Actually, let's check on a dummy. Can we even out-regen it? No, we can't, actually. I need the Tybalts, actually. Oof. Yeah, okay, this is too rough. We can do Tybalt's Charm. You don't have to go for the Gold Slayer, that's also an option. Yeah, so here we go basically. We are perma unsolvable anyway, so we can never lose resources here. Let's see, maximum resource. Okay, let's check the numbers a little bit. We have 203 resource. We have how many ranks? 3. This one has Hellfire skills, okay. So this Tybalt's Will Charm needs to be upgraded, I guess. Also have the all stats there. This could be resource, I guess. Do I have any more Horizon? Replace the all stats one. So we lose the 4% life. We lose the 10% damage. Nothing. Nothing. We lose nothing. 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 Okay, it's actually not that bad. Okay, the cooldowns, whatever. We're losing this as well though, holy. There's a lot of strength. Wait, this is the second board. And I'm gonna lose the bonus, that's crazy. On the second board. What? Initially the first one I attached. Usually I have everything there easily. Huh. Wild. Could leave out all this armor and cooldown stuff here. It's 2. It's 5% armor, and the cooldown is kind of whatever. Just path down here. This is 2, 4, 6, 7. Let me save. It's 2, 4, 5. So it's 12. And we save 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. So you save 10 points. So maybe do this, let me just pick up stats. Actually. Oof. He's a magic node buffing glyphs here on this class, man. Let's do this, yeah. Yeah, if you have Diamond Mine, they're gonna be tanky enough. You don't need this extra aspect here on the Nintendo Tibble's equipped. Because you get like 20 to 40% DR from the Brighter Nameless that we don't get right now, so this would kind of make up for the aspect or materials here, basically. So the setup actually makes sense. Now what about the resources? We want to check. Okay, we have 204. So this is our dirt multi, it's like 1 to 1. And then for seed it's 75. So this is our current multi, and now if we add 20, so it's almost 13% damage to add 1 charm with resources. That's crazy, actually. Where 3 skill ranks is... Oops. It's like almost half, 7%. So this makes resources really worth. I should check my mules, I might have some stuff there. Druid armory bug not fixed. Yeah, the trick is you leave some points unallocated on your skill tree. Like 10 points. Can you link the build version? It's in the planner. Yeah. It's just not in the guide, but it's in the planner when you open it from the guide. Okay, here's maximum resource, let's take that. And it's a necro. Did something change for Lunatic build? Not yet. But actually, yes. PR is right after saying to sit down? No, it's on Tuesday. In 1 week. Here are some more resources. Now how much is it when I add more? One more charm. It'll be this. Or is this side now, right? So it's still an almost 11% upgrade. And skill ranks would be 7.5. So we still want to add more resources. It would be like 3% upgrade. I can check another mule test, another one I find. Mother's Blessing is coming. Celebrate the 4th anniversary. Another good essentially free gifts and events to savor this brief period of respite are here. Okay, it's June 2 to 9. Much is brewing on the horizon throughout the year. The celebrations continue. Wait, we have Mother's Blessing and March of the Goblins. Okay. June 1. New gift arrives until 6. A new gift each day until June 6th. Okay. Cosmetic sword, shield, dagger, 200 axe, and glaive. Okay. Why not? They're tricking you to log out of PoE too. Well, maybe it works. Okay, but 5 free cosmetics and Mother's Blessing. Anyone here who's trying to go for the Paragon 300 this season? Or is it? Are you already 300? I need a Paragon check, guys. What is your level? Damn, gaming. $299 in softcore and 290 on hardcore. Damn. Why is it better to place different gems in jewelry instead of all res? Because all res has overall less value, first of all. So it has like 1/6 less value if you add it all together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So basically, if you place a gem, you get the equivalent of 5 resistances in terms of total number, where the individual resistance gems have a higher value that equates to like 6 basically. And also like fire res and lightning res are just like the most important elements. Like the most dangerous attacks generally are those 2 elements. Yeah, you level alts with Whisper Caches. Don't use the material or the gold one. He died a cracking soul regardless, so I'd say fuck lightning res. Yeah, I mean they hurt. A crackle. It's hellfire. God, I have so many of these abyss things, man. What the fuck? I think before I start my next hardcore character, I need to like get rid of a bunch of these mules and stuff. But we can worry about this later. Can you take advantage of plus 200% movement speed? Yeah, there's a few effects that go above it, especially like skills and like a few aspects, like Ghoststalker aspect goes above the cap. Okay, here's a bear though, but I think I have that already. I'm just gonna put it here anyway. Let's see. Here's my severed finger. Okay, let's try this. Usually when movement speed effect says movement speed X, just like how multiplicative damage says X, then it goes above the cap. Like here the helm, for example, it says 60% X movement speed, and this goes above the 200 cap. But you can never really trust the tooltip in this game, so you have to double check. Okay, let's try it, guys. Get right here. Let's take a wall plan. So I don't have any signification on this thing, basically. We have fire damage. Is this from Vashan? Who drops this thing? Lord Zier actually drops it. Maybe you can just create a few. You can create many of them, actually. Oh, we'll see. Look at that. I want something from levels as well. Ah, shit. No levels, I guess. Okay. So some Undercity then get started. What's a Dark Omen? It's like a mini boss hunting you. Casting a Soul Shard Warlock. You get 500 round regeneration. Static. Yeah. Yeah, the biggest problem with Static is on Warlock, you can't go into Demon form because you have extra life in Demon form. Give us 160 motive and full net OP stacks. With the deluge aspect. If you're talking about like Dirge, you already have a lot of resources. And I mean, your maximum willpower is 8, right? On the Warlock. Yeah, so you get like a bunch of extra max resources, but I don't think that's necessarily enough. You could check out if that's actually close enough, and then the region might kind of like tip it over. Especially because right now I use a relatively weak charm. If I can get my resources figured out with the other aspect, it might be fine. The other problem is you kind of want to use your dominance as much as possible for jumping. And then you for the tortured wretches, so you don't really want to give that up. See many spare one aspect in the ring that says 0 in the damage value. I should try to equip a weapon. These are based on your weapon. Got Mangalos. Thank you. Yeah, we're trying to Dirge of Odium now. Let's see how that goes. You are excused, Natus. Steady. Alright then. Okay, what do we do about Tibbles if we do this Warlock strat? Someone just mentioned. I have to like transform into Lunatic every 5 seconds, and that's kind of too often. You can get Unstoppable from the Tortured Wretch, which is kind of comfy, I guess. But then it costs more, which lowers our horizontal multiplier. the bun. Maybe Wrath, Regen, Affix. I mean, I'm currently losing like 30 Wrath per second. And the thing is, like, once you start stacking like Wrath Regen on your pants, then you have other problems. What are I gonna give up? Knife roll? Knife roll is like boom, minus 10% or something. So no thanks. You only wanna drop the one of the aspects there. Dude, I can't even get a 4 here, what the fuck? It was not meant to be patched out, Kurja. Nice, good luck at the Nemesis. Okay, let's just send a 110. What is great in Nemesis Portal? It's like part of the Labos tree. It's like portal can open. If the bug is worse after patch, how did they not fix it? What is bugged there exactly? Fixing the bugs they said they're gonna fix. Like what, Ignition? Anything changing with the patch? Yeah, I'm probably gonna change the lunatic guide. Update and learn the guide if it finds something new and better to use. No, I will keep it secret and hidden for everyone, of course. Why did it interrupt my portal there? Is there a fix for Warlock I missed? Yes. Dirge. It's kind of easy to miss because it was wrongly formatted. It was like added to another bullet point. Yeah, we're playing with this weapon right now. The Dirge of Copium. There was. I don't think I have one on my war plan right now, but let's just see. Like a Dariel or something. Oh, she's also a Whisper. Why am I not losing Wrath? Because I have the technology. Tybalt's Whale. Ah, she melts quite nicely. That's pretty good. Yeah, the leap is not a problem. The problem is that the leap is extremely costly. Not much I can do about that on most builds. If they power creep us a bit, we can throw Anathema into many setups, and then you can just sleep around. That's an option. But, you know, technically you can do this now in some builds, but they have to be like really overgeared, basically. Then you can like throw an Anathema in all those builds and you're gonna be okay. But most builds don't get there so easily to like be that OP. So you can't really go Anathema. And also then, you know, builds don't necessarily have like high attack speed. You can have like 200 weapons all the time and so on. There's also like 0.9, you know, Dirge is slow. Even with the attack speed on it. Now imagine you're gonna try to scale crit, which you're not doing on this build, but then with even less attack speed. We have 28, 48. That's it actually, right? We even have an attack speed roll there. 42 maximum resource. Like any shot that does anything? No, man. Maybe 50 rough spent grants 1 overpower. This doesn't even work, I think, with the train. Will there be any starter builds or PoE2 launch on max roll? I'm not in the PoE2 team, so I'm not sure how they handle this exactly. I just make my own guides on the planner and stuff. But I guess yes, I mean, League start is the most important time for any guide creator. Wow, it's actually tight, man. Warlock. And we have 10 base regen, right? Damn. And this becomes 385. I mean, you can kind of keep it running if you want, but then it can't really lead. Like, I can keep it running. Maybe even with this. But it can't add any tortured wretches. That's kind of fucked. And it's close. Yeah, as long as we are forced into Horizon set, I don't think we're gonna do this Warlock stuff. You also lose 25 cast speed, the free cast sometimes, and 15% damage, and perma-installable. So I don't want to lose all that, to be honest. So this is probably like around 25 to 30% DPS, plus the convenience. And then we gain nothing, nothing, nothing. This is not an occult skill. I guess I get 2 more overpower. Now what about the delusion aspect? We have 10 overpower like this. And we also get another boots aspect, I guess. Although I'm not sure what that would be. We get +8 maximum and +2 regen. So this would be kinda good. $341. So it's a 47% increase. It's not that far off from an aspect. But this assumes you have 10 overpower all the time and not 8. We don't necessarily have that because it starts dropping after a few seconds. So we're gonna more like have 9 maybe on average. So I think the gain would be more in the range of like 42% DPS, let's say. We can sustain our resources without tables. At least at this level of Wrath. So that's the main advantage. It still goes down while we are losing Why not attacking very much? You have to give up crushing aspect, I guess. We probably want to keep Moonrise. The attack speed is kind of important. I want to keep this. And then we get a charm. So the main thing we can do here now is Zedek. For Zedek we definitely have to go tables again. Because else we're not going to sustain those resources. And with Zelek and the aspect, we're gonna have a lot of resources. We're gonna have like 700 plus resources. But we cannot go all Metamorphosis because Metamorphosis gives us 20% max life. And that might be too much. And we also don't really get much out of it besides this, right? Don't we get this? We have lower dominance costs, okay. So we get a skill basically, yeah? And that skill could then be Sigil of Subversion, and then we can start scaling crit. We can put Calamity aspect, but the problem is we don't really have like any aspect slots. We need to equip Zelek, put Seed here, equip Tables, use Deluge. And then we kind of want Moonrise, and we don't really want to replace it with Calamity. Calamity would be the way to get crit in here. They put like a crit temper. And it would be like 85 or 90% crit just on that, and like one crit roll, or maybe two in the rings or something would do it. You could have 100% crit. You can have crit there, but you also want the resources. Yeah, it's gonna be tough actually with the crit stuff. So maybe not. And
More loyal friends you'll not find.
other skills could we use? The problem is there's like nothing on a cooldown on this class. There is Dark Prison that we could just cast sometimes. Make use Bulwark Rune if you want or something. There's also this thing which is on a cooldown. Ja, can't really do anything more. We can do Nether Step and Rampage. We can use another ultimate as well. 20% for 15 seconds. Oof. We don't really build Annihilation stacks. It's only from Hellfire. We're also not hexing. I wonder if I can do the channeled one and just channel it for a second, or like the minefield one. Then just cut it through the minefield and we constantly get this 2 seconds extra damage bonus. This is only for Arcfiend. Yeah, so all these ultimates are kind of worthless here. It will be just Nether Step basically. They almost quit season 13 because of the bugged Wendigo charm. Yeah, it's kind of stupid. I guess you could even outplay it if you put like a life and hit roll on your weapon or so. It might be okay. But yeah, I definitely didn't like that. It's gonna be really good when they fix it though, it's gonna be very strong. Should definitely play Stereo for Legendary Chest to give plus 40 resource. Man, that's a very smart idea, actually. I should consider that. Buff for what? Paladin is a decent high C, low B class. Login, dude. They locked the tower. Oh, they did it a bit early then. Okay. Okay, the thing is, if we have Selig, can we actually sustain the Dirge Drain? If you have like 700 resource, you get minus 70 resource per second. And gain 50 here, 10 baseline, a 60 region. And then whatever we shoot. Yeah, the problem is that even if you can sustain the drain, you still need to get more than that to actually stay alive with Selig, right? It's not like it's gonna be immortal. You still have to generate resources. Okay, the Selig itself has a bit of resource gen. I think it's 20, right? So with GA it would be 40, without 35. So our region would be at 80 per second, so you would at least not degen, as long as Tables is running. But if you play Selig, you have the problem again that every time you go for a loading screen, you're gonna start with 0 resources. And then you have to like slowly build up and not die on the way. So as long as the Dirge drains you in town, it's just like oof. Because you can't be unstoppable in town, but the Dirge drains you. Yeah, Warlock and Tibalt is... it's pretty wonka. I would definitely not do it in hardcore. There's like one little guy at the start of the run, he did. But I guess Tibalts might interact with Warlock, right? We had 88 Wrath region. Sort of Wrath region. Guess that's right. You walk in, you have no resources. Yeah. There's certainly like a second or two where you can die, I think. I think for softcore standards it would probably be okay. But the question is it even better? So let's do some math on that. So let's say we have 300 resources. I think 300 is kind of like a expected scenario. Without the deluge aspect. Because we probably wouldn't run this. I mean, now it also gives us defense. So there's like an extra scalar. But damage-wise it's less. But okay, let's see. Let's say we do this. Let's say we have 350 Wrath. You can probably have more. Especially with chest and stuff. Okay, go from 350... So there's our Dirge. This is our total with Dirge and Seed. This is with Seed equipped though. Okay, so wait a minute, what do we actually do We lose a charm, and we also have a smaller seed when we do a Selig. So what do you have here? Normally I have God Slayer, I guess. So let's do 1.4 for God Slayer. Now we have Selig. So it's 8 for the Dirge. And then it's 700. It's 4.5 for the seed as a charm. So here, our total is 36. Definitely more. By like half. Assuming you have full resources. But you lose the God Slayer pull. And we lose stats, honestly. A lot of stats, actually. Like, the Selig is really shit. Oops. So, we have a bit of all stats. Okay, let's just say the all stats, it goes to what? 15. So let's say that's like worth 10%. And then we have movement that we don't care. Lucky hit, we don't care. And resource is just part of the deal. And then on a normal neck, well, the normal neck being seed, right? We have willpower, let's say 7% for the will. We can have resources. We can have Vuln. Vuln would be a good Vuln War, right? Yeah. It's at 28. It's 40. Let's say like 12% for the Vuln. Let's say 8% for another roll. And let's say another 8% for a resource roll. And now it's actually not that far off. The Selig versus the non-Selig. So the only other differences now is, are you going to be more tanky or less tanky with the Selig? And what do you get from that? So Selig currently has like around 20% extra damage. But that can easily be lost if you turn out to be more squishy. What could we convert into more damage with Selig, if we are tanky enough? Nothing here. Nothing here. Nothing here. I don't know, maybe like a life roll converted over into attack speed or something. We have life roll here, for example. So this could be like fizz damage or so. So let's give the Selig like a 7% for that. We have a life roll here. This could be nothing, I guess, because you don't scale crit. So this would be like lucky hit resource maybe. So this doesn't count. Here's a life roll. This could be will or something. Or resource gen even. Maybe on Lord's Rings we'll just throw like a random resource gen instead of life. So let's just do this once. And then the rest, like, you know, here we'll like replace life with all res or something, or demonology ranks. So let's give it like another 5%. So you have 47 versus 31. Okay, so Selig is looking like roughly like a 50% upgrade now. Assuming we don't just immediately die. Okay, then we have another problem though, which is we have to go Volok. We can't go Agrom. So we lose the soul shard stuff. So this is a 25% cast speed, which is really valuable, honestly. So I would say that is like at least 15% DPS by itself, and then another 15 here. And we're actually going to lose most of this benefit if 15, 15. We also have Unstoppable, Permanent. We have a bit of a like Tybalt's Will uptime issue on the Zedek setup. Although with Tortured Wretch you can kind of make it happen. With Tortured and the Lunatic form, you have Unstoppable while in Lunatic form. So I just stick to this sometimes. I guess it might be fine, but might not be as convenient. But I also have Varlock giving him resources, so it's probably fine. Okay, let's just say it's fine. Now there is one thing, which is that every 10 seconds you actually have to hard cast Agrom. Which probably costs you... let's see... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 18, 20. Okay, so it's like 5%. 5% gain for Selig, because Varlock has no animation. But also, I guess we take damage sometimes when you play Selig, so we're probably not always exactly full, so it's gonna remove that 5% again. We also have some negative here on the sigil, like we have less attack speed and less little dudes. Because the little dudes count, right? Let's see, I have the sigil on the ground. These guys last for 10 seconds. Yeah, so little dudes also help us with getting the kills here. So there's a bit of slight worm uptime issues. Plus we attack more slowly, so the worm comes out later. So I'm gonna give a 5% bonus to the non-Selig setup. Okay, and then we also have Metamorphosis. Oh shit, wait a second. I'm not 100% sure how the damage bonus is calculated. But I think the base life is like a few thousand. And then you get 1% for each 1000 life. And we cannot actually run Metamorphosis at all. So I'm not sure if this is like calculated based off the base life and your current life. Or if it just means like all of the flat life bonuses. But I have 62,000 life right now. Yeah, okay. So even if I discount all of the percent life increases, this is at least a 30% DPS upgrade. And we cannot have it on Selig. I'm gonna give it a 35% bonus for the non-Selig. So now this is actually looking much more. But we get a skill on the Selig version. And that skill can be absolutely fuck all. So a bit of never stepping basically. And that's about it. So it gives you a bit of speed. And also we lose the dominance cost reduction, so we can like jump less, but I guess we get the nether step, so it kind of checks out. And I guess I get Paragon points. So when you play Selig, we have to remove this, we have to remove this, we have to remove this, we have to remove that. Okay, that's like 10. How do you even get there? You have to like path past this, not take this, that's kind of fucked. It's like 10, 15 points, 20, 30... 35, 40... It's like 50 points maybe? 60... So you get like around 60 to 65 Paragon points back. That at some point will be irrelevant, because at some point you have everything. But I guess worst case, he's gonna pick up random +5 willpower nodes. And 60 points of plus 5 willpower is actually 300 willpower. So let's just say Selig gains 6% from that. It's still like 20% behind. The Metamorphosis is a huge deal, and I think I undervalued the Metamorphosis on the left side. It might be more than what I said. And what else? I guess there's the other problem that without rampaging that often, we don't trigger Dominion that often. So you have to cast more Torch of Wretches when we don't really want to sometimes. But I guess it's a minor issue. Yeah, so I would say DPS-wise, it definitely looks in favor of not running Selig. It's close enough though, so you could run Selig. The only question is, does the Selig make you immortal? And that I definitely won't try right now until the PTR. So, you'll have to wait for that. But it doesn't look like it's gonna be a better setup. It's just gonna be a funny setup. And maybe tanky. But I'm not sure about the tanky part. I tried Selig a little bit and I felt pretty squishy. Just like getting hit by random small monsters. I could already see my life draining and stuff. In turn 12. I definitely saw my life drain faster than from my life pool when I equipped the Selig. So... power level is softcore lock and give it a go. I do have nothing on softcore with the lock. This would take like an entire day to set up. Nah, I was gonna say fuck it, we're not gonna do any Selig bullshit. So it might be a bit of a different story if, for example, next season they change the Horizon set, or they change one of the other sets and you would play not Horizon, or maybe play something else. Or maybe they, you know, nerf Warlock or buff Warlock or whatever. So there could be stuff, right? And I think for now, I don't think I would really recommend this. It would also require a pretty substantial re-gearing process for anyone 1 month into the season for a build that is maybe a side grade over just playing anomaly. So I don't think so. But what we can say is that this works and it's good. Yo, meow. 3 days, I just saw that. Thanks for supper there. Okay, so how much more damage is Dirge now compared to this? Yeah, Grandfather is only good if you have 100% crit. This build is a 0 crit build. I only have it in a push version because we dropped the Rampage for the Sigil. Let me go Calamity aspect. But this is gonna get deleted now as well. I don't think you're gonna go for Grandfather. You might go for crit, but not for the Grandfather. Okay, let's just calculate it with 300 Wrath. So we have 13. We lose Hellbent Commander on the two-handed. Actually, let's do this differently. I calculate the total, just like we did here. So this is Dirge and Seed. And then we have a Hellbent. Okay, and now we have Hellbent two-handed. We have 300 resources. It's 8.4 actually. And we have a crushing aspect. And that is about it actually. There's not really any other changes, right? Okay, there is one little downside, which is that we have a 0.9 attacks per second weapon instead of a 1.0, so we have like less damage, 1 damage per hit, but less attacks, and we kind of want more attacks. So, I don't know, let's give it like a 5% downside for that. That was here, right? So it's still like 15% extra for the Dirge. And now, interestingly, they technically don't need to be fortified for crushing, but we will be fortified anyway, right? I don't do anything about that. I wonder if the damage from the is taken from my barrier or from my torture wedges first. Looks like from torture wedges. Oh, maybe not. Why does my barrier disappear so fast? But these guys just like chill there. Okay, it seems like your barrier is taken first, and then the torture wedges are taken. Which is kind of an upside, actually. Because it means they stay longer. They still protect you. And you have more synergy with 2-piece, yeah. I think about putting the Bulwark. And technically we had 4 skill points that we don't need for anything though. We don't have any weaken, but that's okay, I think. Don't have any slow, but that's also okay, I think. The list to see the best pieces to hunt certain aspects. Yes, it's in our leveling guides in the legendary section in Maxwell. There's a gamble chart. Any good loot filter for lightning druid? I have loot filter in my druid planners. You can check those. I released 2 videos already. What did it break with the patch? I haven't heard of anything yet. Guys, what is broken? You don't see the Horde thing or Infinite Goblin Realm? Or the 4000 Yeoman items? Yeah, next season I guess. Oh, it's sword clearing 150 in like 2 minutes. Yeah, they're pretty balanced right now. Okay. I was gonna do this here. I mean, I've all the transfigurations and stuff, but I guess I'm gonna keep them there for now. It is fine. Could still do Godslayer if you wanted. It was definitely like the comfy and tanky version and easier to set up. I think for next season, I'll probably like... I mean, since there are no mythics, right? Basically, the endgame and the mythic, the endgame and the midgame are kind of the same variant. There's not really a difference here. So maybe I'm just gonna delete this endgame variant anyway, because they have all the same stuff anyway. Let me just put the Dirge as the endgame one, basically. The Dirge definitely is like harder to set up. It's like kind of on the level of getting mythics. It's even harder than that, honestly, because you have to get a good weapon, then good max resource rolls, you have to be tanky enough to equip a Tibbalts, and so on. So I think it kind of makes sense. So this is just going to be the new endgame variant now. And what about a tower push? I think this is also going to be Dirge now. This is only times 2.5, and with like 300 resources, we have like a times 4 on the Dirge. So we definitely gotta do that. This times 2.5 and then okay, bit of life, bit of percent, bit of all stats. But yeah, this is not really competitive actually. This is definitely a dirge angle as well. So you do this. And I actually want to put crit now. Okay, so how do you do this? I want to put a signal of Pelagane here. This means I have to go full run because there's no other freeze effect that we can rely on, right? Actually, there is freeze. Charms. I have not a single charm with freeze here. There's one. Would they actually put Blood Mad? I guess they would even put Blood Mad, huh? What do I have right now? Oh. And at the negotiated 456 GA. Yes, let's go. Enquiries Charming Ancestor Gloves. Nah. Blood Mat is way stronger than that. Like a normal glove is gonna be like a 65%. Actually, it's gonna be a 70% aspect. It's a 70% aspect to put Pangos in the thing. And I guess you can have better stats. It's very hard to get really good Pain Gorges. Even with like all the free loot from Greek War, from the tree. It took me so long to get Pain Gorges. But it's possible. You can definitely farm good Pain Gorges if you try. And they could be comparable to like a normal glove. But yeah, realistically, we get like 75% or so, because Pain Gorges will always be a bit worse than a normal glove, I guess. So 75% versus Blood Mad. And Blood Mad, I think it's not a times 2.5. I think it's a times 2.25. But you take triple damage. So maybe this is a bit too much. Even with the sustain we have and stuff. So yeah, maybe he's gonna put Pain Gorge's Charm and it's okay. For the push. The thing is, I would like to see if I can get away with just like resource charms and freeze. But if only one freeze thing here, the 4% at least. The lucky hit is 30%. So you have like a 1.2% chance to freeze per charm. So you can have this 6 times. Yeah, this would actually not be that terrible to trigger the freeze. Because you have kind of multi-hits and stuff. The question is, does the worm fuck up the freeze? The worm might fuck up the freeze. I'm not sure about that. Let's see. Okay, there's a freeze. There's another freeze. Oh, they attack me, I guess. Oops. Wait, where's the drain coming from? Oh, Blood Mat. I can actually die here with Blood Mat. Oops. The freeze is actually legit. I'm just not sure if the worm fucks it up. The worm might fuck with it. And we need another source of Vuln. There's not really a lot of Vuln here in the runes. There's not really a lot of Vuln anywhere. I dropped the Rampage already. We don't really want to drop the Tortured Wretches. They're kinda big. It's a lot of defense on these guys. Just to do this for one is a bit yikes. Oh, it's a real problem. So I think you just have to hope for the best on the boss. It is what it is. You're gonna put attack speed actually. And put Calamity here. We keep the Hellbent here. Because we have the same here with the ring, right? Yeah. Actually, I'm not gonna mention the mythics. We also changed the Dark Prison trigger. We're not gonna do that actually, we're gonna do Bulwark. Did this here actually. Actually, could we change it? We have Seer and Say right now. We could do Igni and Say. So we can stagger the boss ourselves relatively reliably. I think I'm actually gonna do this. You just don't press any other button, you don't have any wolves, or very few. And you just like stagger the boss yourself with your own attacks. I'm gonna do that actually. I kind of want to try the tower push right now, but I don't have the charms. Fuck. And I don't really want to drop all my raisin for the charms now. How much do we have? We have 37,000 raisin. I could try a little bit. We have Ignisay here actually. Okay, so I already have it. Ignisay. Let's keep the CRC for this. They fixed the warlock bugs, right? Wait, when does the tower open? Oh, it's not even open, right? Wait, when is it open again? Did you consider a raft glyph in a crit build of Dirge? Nah, the raft glyph is kinda bad. Just gives you resources, right? We don't need that. We have the Tibalts that solves all the resources. And we have a lot of additive from all the overpower stacking and stuff. I know. Is it better to put attack speed on the weapon? We can get 20% attack speed or 15 crit, right? It's 24 attack speed actually. So 2 attack speed rolls are 25 and 2 crit rolls are 12.6. So they're actually... yeah, crit on a weapon is actually better. Actually, you can remove that text from the other versions here, maybe. That's like a lot of info. Okay, now we have to... I'm gonna remove Hellbound Commander actually, right? Crit attack speed, life... I have to drop the attack speed, I guess. So this is a 70 multi, but I'm gonna keep the Moonrise. Because it also has 20 attack speed. For 10 seconds, for up to 5 times. I think it drops after 10 seconds, right? Yeah, Lunatic is better, I am. Oh, we instantly trigger the moon. Okay, yeah, that's good actually. Because you have more hits. Okay, wound, crit, attack speed. Could maybe drop the crit multi. Keep the attack speeds. Maybe not actually. No, Rackwell, thank you, man. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I put the Dirge variant now. Dirge works, and it's good. How much freeze do you need? Yeah, I want to hit it on every charm. But do we have other CCs here? If we don't press Tortured Wretch, there's not really a lot of CC going on here on this build. But yeah. You don't want to just stand there and like whack away at the boss, you know, not freezing them. Because that guy is close. Why freeze? Because of this item. So for like high-end tower pushing, basically every build will go for this. But it only works on the boss if you trigger the staggerer with a freeze yourself. Not with the wolves, not with anything. You have to do it. But you cannot go for the Frost Nova rune, which is what some people do. Because we need the wolves for the vulnerable. There's no way to get vulnerable here. So we need the wolves. But if the wolves trigger a stagger, you're fucked. So you have to do it yourself. You have to like not spawn the wolves. So that's why we have Igni. Igni doesn't trigger when you basic attack. So you just like spam basic attacks, don't trigger the wolves in the last seconds before the stagger. And then you wait for the freeze proc from your charm, triggering the stagger, and then you can press all your buttons again. And the stagger lasts, I think, 6 seconds or 8. So you get like 120 or 160% multi per stagger. So after like 3 staggers, you do like times 6 damage or something. And the boss will just melt. For normal monsters it's fine. Your wolves will attack them, they will freeze them, the signet works, it's okay. It's just like buggy when on the stagger basically. CC duration on boots. Nah. Speed for sure, I think. Like, you're just running around. Don't even have to leap here on the push. I think it's fine. It should be relatively consistent because there's not really any other CC in this whole setup. You just basically attack them a few times, then your stacker is close, and it should be relatively consistent. And even if you miss one here and there, it's okay. Even if there's still a random wolf and he actually triggers the freeze instead of you, you're gonna be okay as long as you do most of the stacker phases yourself. Oh, the community challenge. Where is it? Yeah, that was the community challenge for a combined 266 million Paragon points. Wait, where is it? I don't see it. Okay, I think we're fine. Mine is right here at Variana. We don't really need Variana for anything. Yes, 10% attack speed, I guess. But 10% attack speed doesn't beat the 15% from right here, I think. We don't need a heal. There's like a 10% attack speed again for third uptime. 15%. It's right here. Right here. Funny how they nerfed it from 666 to 266 million. I don't think it was ever 666, what? I only remember 266. Oh. Keeping Hellbent? Yes, Hellbent is 70%. That's pretty good. And here I drop it down. Because I think Moonrise is probably worth more. The 20% attack speed, like the 10% extra attack speed is, sorry, 20% attack speed. Should be worth this 10% multi for sure. Was not even on the ranks. Okay. changelog. Oh, Carpathian, thank you. What are you playing? Yeah, what do we do with the points? Can we do anything? Okay, it is done. Actually, I might have overwritten some stuff. I think for the tower push we actually had like a note about the sigil. Alan? Fuck. So I would like to do the push now, but I can't, I guess. So maybe on, when is it? Thursday, we can log in. Try to do a bit of pushing. See how the Pelgane tech will go. But I can try like under 35 or something. I don't even have gem strength. I don't even have a good weapon, really. So... yeah, I just updated the guide, guys. So Grandfather is gone. Dirge is in for endgame and for push. And push also has Signet now. Also, we gotta add a GA here. Let's do... one, I guess. No mythic. Crushing Hand bit viable. I think it's alright, yeah. I think Ignition made the Crushing Hand guide. Not sure if the update is already live. If you see a grandfather in the push, then it's not live yet. Okay, but for me it's working, so. And where's the text? Oh no. I think I just killed the text that I wrote about tower push. Oops.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Nah, I have to explain the whole signet thing again. Oops. Every single pit and tower build above 125 uses the exact same item duo of Signet and Blood Mad Idol. Yeah, Signet for sure. Blood Mad is somewhat optional. I mean, Blood Mad makes you very squishy.
Greetings.
Oh, thanks for the bits, man. How do you like the tornado? I had a ton of fun with it too.
Hello.
The colossal glyph damage per resolve doesn't apply to the infestation dot on swarm. Oh, that's funny. So not even losing anything, huh? Nice. Now, is that the same for other dots? Should try this on like Withering Fist or something. I'm not really running Colossal, so easy clap. I need to fix my Paragon setup, by the way. This is like giga fucked, man. What is this? Look at that pathing. Look at this. Oh no. Catches up, yeah. Okay. minute, guys, and then we keep blasting here.
Mainlander, what brings you nowhere to find me?
Okay, we have like 3 minutes for Helltide. I want to make a Spirit Storm only build. Yeah, the Spirit Storms are really fun, I think. But apparently they're kind of weak. What does Lunatic Cooking stand for? We're already done with that. I updated the guide. No, it's better now, actually. So there was a bug with the Dirge of Odium that made it nearly unusable. And that is now fixed. And the setup is a bit better now. And also updated the push variant with some new stuff that we found out. Probably have to go back to the Apocalypse build and maybe check if we are gonna do some Pelgain shenanigans there too. Probably would. Any new findings, Ignition, by the way? Okay, I think I need a worm here, come on. I got rats at least. Might be enough. Dude, it's all... let's go. 10 seconds. You can do it. Okay. Holy. Just spirit bomb things. Just fly for the entire Helltide to open a chest in the last 10 seconds. Were Warlocks nerfed recently? No, they actually got an upgrade to a Lunatic build today. Do we have any broken stuff? Any undocumented patch notes? I hear people talk about Mephisto is broken. Like, what's going on there? This is a Spiritborn Darian. Should we stick up for resource on charms after 300 or go with demonology ranks? Yeah, I would have to map it out exactly. Just kind of like going full resource on the charms is fine. I think I did 5 times resource, 1 time demonology. But it comes down to like the exact ranks and stuff. But yeah, somewhere at that point it kind of becomes even, you know. So if you have the +3 demonology or if you have the 20 resource when you already have 5 charms with resource, you know, it's kind of the same basically. Spiritborn is very fun class, yeah. Was my main during Vessel of Hatred. Yeah, 4 demonology is nice too, bulk up. Fastest very good unique ring for this build. This is from Varshan, I believe. Yeah. No, Zier, sorry. It's not Zier. So, just get that guy a few times. Super easy to get his ring. And then you can get started basically as soon as you get somehow 20 ranks to your Ravager basically. You are online. You can do this on an 850 boots. Just 850 boots, pop Ravager on that, masterwork it, and there you go. Any viable builds that aren't debate based? On Spiritborn, I mean, we have a few other guides on max roll. I think we have 5 Spiritborn builds right now on max roll, and 2 of them are debate based. I think there's a Crushing Hand. Not sure what else other guys have gone. I think there's a Quill. I want to try some Quill and stuff as well. Do we have the Jaguar main hall build? Rake, Quill, Crushing Hand. Oh, we have a Rake as well. Yeah, I think I should go with the Jaguar main hall. I think that makes it obvious. I think a lot of people don't even know that it's called Beat Strike. Maybe it's called its Jaguar Hall. Okay guys, name suggestions for a Spiritborn build that uses Jaguar main hall. Jaguar Spirit Hall. Jaguar Spirit Hall Spiritborn. I don't know. I don't like that. Big Cat Sui's build. Jaguar F pace. Oh look, the butcher. And the guy. One kitty to rule them all. Why no one has made a Valkyrie sound build with a unique polearm? I think there is like some random item in the planet that doesn't exist. This Valkyrie thing does not exist.
Oh, tis a fate, Exile, I'll be here, swinging away.
A legend. Yeah. They can't all be winners, can they?
May the light go with you.
Sometimes I like weirdly dash backwards with the Rushing Claw. I don't understand why. Is it because of my force move? Maybe I'm force moving too much. There's a unique program that Spiritborn gets in campaign. Oh, so wait. So there is a thing that you get as a Spiritborn only. What? For real? It's so bad. What does so bad mean? Jewel got it as well. Interesting. Jaguar's Fury. Yo. Trick. Thanks so much. What's up? Spawns a Valkyrie to fight for you, but doesn't get ranks. And so at attacking. Okay, so it's just kind of like a meme item that you get in campaign. Interesting. Didn't know that's a thing actually, so this item does exist. But I guess you can probably remove it from the planner because no one will ever use it, I guess. And you can't even farm it, right? Like, you can't even get it. I guess you would have to, you know, get to 70 and then do the campaign on Torment 12 and hope you get an Ancestral. Like, at what point in the campaign do you even get it? When you kill the Amazon Queen. Oh boy. It's kinda late. Wouldn't the Gorilla Rake slap? Yeah, the general problem with all these like conversion variants is that they're buggy right now and they lose their original tag even if you try to get it back from Harmony. And so that kind of messes with a bunch of these setups. Because they're just kind of generally weaker than they should be. Plus you don't really have like good sets to support some of these builds either, right? Like the Gorilla set is just awful. Eagle set you need to move all the time, which is kind of bad. Balazan set is only for dots. The Rezoka set is kind of good, but then really clunky to play because it constantly drops your stacks. And you need to be a very fast attacking build. So there's only basically leaves like Crash and Quill maybe. Or something like that. Or maybe something else, but yeah. And then you have the Multitude set left. And the Multitude set is also just not really hot. Because it has a pretty weak multiplier. Doesn't really have like desired synergy with supremacy aspects. I think there could be something if you have like the Mythic Seal with a +1 charm slot and you go like triple unique. There could be something there, I guess. Just take like 2-piece Multitude and send it or something. Or like the other seal as well, with the 2-piece, and then 2 uniques. That could be cool. Ultimate Sunken Outer Entry from 5-piece Bliss. Would be different if we could have 10 centipedes. Yeah, this is kind of there for flavor, I guess. Not really for anything else. I'll play PoE, yeah. Emotional support, Centipede. Glückstreffer, Chance. Das ist die Utility. Here's Camper. I guess because it's dot or what? $60 per cast. Oh boy. I have a loot filter on, yes, of course. Without loot filter, this is not really that playable anymore these days. It's very hard to do these Hellspires, man, without accidentally dashing out, man. Oh, goodbye. I guess I technically don't need to dash, right? I can just run a circle. I'm playing dice too fast, I actually don't get my counter attack back, what the hell? Hellspies are impossible to play as Apocalypse Warlock. Yeah, I mean, it's tough because of this delay, but if you just kind of keep lasting with like small apocalypses, it might be fine.
Algier swinging away. Perhaps another cause.
That's a lot of XP. Okay, 117. I guess it should start to slow down now. Slowly. Big weapon better than legendary weapon? Don't think so. I like to execute. And it's just what I had, you know, it's like nice to get started with the Shattered Vow before you get a real weapon. Kind of funny how that works, actually. Yeah, Mythic is the mid-game variant, yeah. I think I wanted to do the same on like one of the Druid builds as well. But it's like, okay, you start with the Mythic, and then you transition out of it. Need to clean up here soon. This is getting out of hand. I know Balkip. A bunch of items have that problem. Apparently something changed in the code or something, so maybe data mine it, like a bunch of items have like the halved values, or like the non-buffed values rather, for some reason. So they have to be like manually changed. Did enjoy the druid a lot, yeah. That was fun. I did 5 builds on the druid actually. My favorite build so far. That's probably the Poison Barrage on Rogue. But I did enjoy Lunatic a lot, I played it a lot. It's probably the one I played the most, at least. I was a lot on Warlock and a lot on Lunatic. I think I played an entire week just Lunatic Warlock. Vigor is resource. How much did the Lunatic Warlock get buffed? It's not a giga buff, to be fair, but it's definitely a bit stronger now. I'd have to math a little bit. So let's say you have 300 resources, right? You have the Dirge doing times 4 damage, and then you have the Seed. So you have this, and on the normal slot you would have Hellbent Commander, which is at times 2.4. And then you would have, let's say this. Yeah, okay. And then there's Moonrise, and then there's Crushing. And here's Hellbent, Moonrise. Okay. I think something like a 60% buff from Dirge. It's actually kind of good. Why is the tower disabled? I know why. Because they generally disable it for 2 days after a patch. Make sure they can catch some game-breaking bugs. And surely fix them. Like I've seen with the rogues, for example. This Druid. I made a bunch of videos on Druid, you can check them out. I posted 3 video guys now. I think I'm gonna do one on Spiritborn tomorrow as well. Actually, I should talk about the Apocalypse Warlock while I had it. Okay, so with the correctly set I can definitely notice the lower damage now on this pit. We've done 117 before in like 100 seconds. And this is gonna be more like a 120. Which kinda checks out. So the other setup I should be like around 30% more damage. Which is a pit tier basically, it's like a pit tier difference. Going for the other set. It's not very much actually when I think about it. Where does the NATO do it go in the tier list? Yeah, I don't think I have it ranked. I mean, the standards are pretty high. So yeah, low B or C or something, I guess. But I mean, it was super fun. Fun-wise, it was great. Kind of funny how fast a snail can go in this game. Look at me and my slime trail. Made Nemesis portal timer 2 minutes? Oh, really? Good to hear that. Anything else that we found, guys? This guy's are still doing like 2-minute runs here on 118. Here's rage number 666. I'm questioning life choices. I need to run blue chunks instead of green. I've touched enough grass lately. I do enjoy blue more. Also, it suits better the country that I live in. I think on my skill bar is already green. My own videos green charms too. Yeah, Winston, enjoy the barrage rook. Anyway, about the sets. Butter Sunset is roughly 30% extra damage. This one has more toughness, more cooldowns, more convenience, basically. Like the pit tier difference is 1 between the two sets. So, I'm kinda happy to run the Quatli. We don't have Tibbot's build time, the build is very slow about it. Yeah, for the barrage build, I definitely want to go with Tibbot's. I think you should check the starter variant if you don't have the Tibbot's. So you can kind of sustain resources just shooting into big packs with barrage and like a hit on the rings. And then I use that so nice for the bosses, so that's what I did to get started. Did it nerf Rogue Aerostorm? No. How much life does the pit 120 boss have? I don't know. They're definitely a bit tankier than their bosses. Maybe 2 times a T12 levels. I have the protein parts as a unique. Pretty good charm. 100% core stats, it's like 70% damage and a bunch of defense. Kinda nice. Does Widow's Web exist? Maybe we can try Widow's Web actually. Mythic gold and opal reward. Holy man. Mythic amount of trips to the opal vendor. Good luck. Nice supremacy aspect, yes. Why is there Kappa obols, you mean? Ah, well. I mean, in the past it took you like many hours to reach it, so that wasn't really a problem at all. Right now it's just a bit out of whack, I think. Yeah, you cannot have more than one trace of echoes. If you find another one, the others are gone. Nice, Alex. It looks so boring. Ah, it's fun actually to zoom a little bit. After playing Druid for like 4 days. It's kinda cool to do this as well. But yeah, I think we're gonna reroll to another build soon. And try some stuff on the Spiritborn here. I have played Lost Ark, yeah. But not much. We play Frostburn for endgame lunatics since it freezes a lot. Because it doesn't really do anything else, no? And the freeze is only relevant when you play Signet of Pelgain, which is by itself only relevant when you push. And normally you don't push. So this doesn't go into the standard version of the guide. And you can't really freeze, you know, many bosses and so on very easily and stuff. Okay, I need to make a pole arm and see what happens actually. So running this thing here. You're able to spawn 200 blue goblins, holy. Wait, you're just gonna despawn though, no? At least that's like a hard cap on how efficient such a strategy can be, I guess. Yeah, if you had to see a blue goblin in any of my multi-shrine dungeons. I don't think I've ever had actually a goblin in one of these shrines. Besides Somehow I managed to spawn a goblin. I'm not sure for what, actually. If you're playing a druid, you need to save your builds in the armory of like some skill points left over, like 10. If you're not a druid, then you should check your runes. Maybe this is why you can't equip anything. I'm playing with Shadow Vow. Yeah, like the stuff that you see on the push, like on the tower leaderboards, is like, you know, wild technology and stuff. Like that's not how you play the builds normally. You know, like if you look at Apocalypse, for example, like the push is very different from how you normally play the build. You don't wanna do the push stuff normally. And Andariels. Is this bit better than Poison Dog? Yes. And yes, Hocus. If you save the builds with all skill points allocated as a druid, you can't use the armory anymore for that build.
Mainlander, what brings you?
It doesn't exist? Yeah, I can make a unique charm from Widow's Web. I need to try. 180 of the total poisoning. I mean, good enough for science.
Oh, finished so soon?
Step up to my anvil. I'll be here, swinging away. A sound strategy. Let's see it done.
21 and see if we notice a difference. It should be easier. Hi, Lunaria. How much RAM and such am I using to play D4 so nicely? I have a pretty big machine from Starforge, so I don't really care, but I know that this game has a bit of issues with memory leaks and stuff. So it's always worth to like restart every few hours maybe and stuff like that if you notice that it's slowing down. What's going on with this guy? For some reason I can't really kill this guy when he's low HP. What's going on? I do a lot of damage to him at the start and then less and less. What? Hey dude, there's definitely something after this Widow's Web. Like, I do no damage to this guy. And all I did is like swap my unique charm to Widow's Web. Which should be more and not less. Something is definitely up here. And okay, Butcher is a bit tankier than normal bosses and stuff. But look at this. Just like as if it's not working. Yeah, Butcher came to ruin the day now. I wanted to see what's going on here. Wait, I can actually change this, right? Okay, let me just... I'm just gonna unequip Widow's Web, okay? Let's just see what happens. I'm just removing it. So now I have no unique charm. 5-slot build, by the way. Look, he's dying faster. This makes no sense, man. What the fuck? Like, it's just fucked. I don't know. It doesn't work. Yeah, it should... You know, technically it should do roughly double the damage, right? Close to double the damage. Because I get a 180% explosion. But I think there's something fucked with the calculations. Or something. And this was always the case with Noxus Resonance. It's like insane on AoE, and then it's like really bad on single target. And I always notice this. Like, it just doesn't seem to work the way it says. Yeah, I had the item equipped earlier as well, and it was the same shit. Like, you just suddenly can't kill bosses anymore for some reason. You don't have any single target. I'm not using bitter medicine. I have Bane, Canny, Consumption, Innate, Menagerist, Revealing, Convergence, Drive, Viscous. It made it worse, yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Like, you saw the difference, right? And he just took no damage, and I took it off, and he died like 10 seconds later. It's like, what the fuck?
I'll be here, swinging away.
Windows doesn't work with WoW? Why would it not work with WoW? What would this matter? Exactly. Like, this just gives you more damage or time duration, which means you just apply a bigger dot. And then the Widows takes out an entire dot out and then does a boom, right? So I don't see how they would not work together. I mean, you can try to unequip this. I wanted to try something anyway. Yikes.
You know where to find me.
Actually, I may want this cremator aspect. This one is kind of good, actually. He has resource, which is also kind of good, actually. I guess I actually want resource more than like all the other stats, right? Weapon resource phase. There's no life, no dex, oh boy. Poison. Fire resource. Okay, this is kind of big. So there's fizz, crit resource. So one fizz, one poison, one normal, one fire. I guess he just saved them all. And here's a lightning with a resource proc. I don't know. Kinda wanna keep them all, to be honest. He's an RCR. The max resource. Oh, what the hell? I don't know, it's wild actually. Okay. Guess we don't need that anymore. We have like no polearm saves. What the hell, dude? This was a 48% roll there. Weapon damage, short time. So I could try taking this and see what happens. Okay, let's take that. What am I doing?
From creation, destruction.
Fate must have plans for you.
I will do Supremacy neck, I guess. Pestilence, and we get an extra aspect, so what would that be? Conceded? Oh no. Dude, this Reaper aspect is actually legit, man. 50% crit and 30% damage. If you poison them somehow. It's pretty juicy. And here's Jargoa, 50 crit and 30% against injured. With no condition though. So I guess you would do Rithing, actually. It's our last one.
The stars align. Ancients watch over us.
Apparently Widows collides with Sick Rune. Oh. So I lose the bug. Okay, and that's interesting. That, I mean, okay. If you remove, it removes the Sick Rune, then... Okay, I need to try with and without Sick then. But now we have Protean Heart. Let's do a few kills, right? Let's just see what happens. Just stopwatch this. Should actually go to another boss where I can find something. Let's see here. Can you still get a Kerrigan skin? Not right now, I believe. Not sure. StarCraft sale, 12 days. Oh. For a new log build, if you have Mythic Seals, are better than Pain Gorges and lose Calamity. Nah, you'll probably just drop the Pain Gorges and go with the seal. And then 2 pieces, right? You don't want to drop the Calamity. Like, you can't drop Calamity, you don't have enough crit otherwise. You can drop Moonrise, maybe. Okay, that was like 13 seconds on click. That was pretty fast. Okay, let's put a no Protean heart. Actually, we have Supremacy aspect here, so that might be a bit messy. Okay, that was like 16.5 seconds on click. Let's put Widows. Was also around 16 seconds. Wait, what? That's surprising now. Bit sus. Let's do nothing. Defeat Belial. Are you sure? The weapon skin. This was from last season from the Doom collab. This kill seemed faster than with Winter's Web. It's definitely a bit sus here. Oops. Okay, let's try a Node Sick Rune. Protein. Actually, it's doing nothing. Let's do Nair, I guess. Plus 22. What?
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Mainlander, what brings you?
Of the worm. Okay, my kill time is just longer. I could Widow's Web and it just takes longer. Like way longer. It's like I lose half my damage or something. Like I don't know what the fuck's going on. When I have Widow's Web I just do no single target damage, man. I don't know, dude. It's built for fun. It's quite fun, and also happens to be like the third best build in the game or something. Freeze, Rift, did he just die or what, Nikon? Okay, so it has not to do with Sick or Shattered Vial. My charm. Ah. I didn't try to get that phrase. I mean, maybe he would still run it, because AoE is still good, I guess. Oh, Wishnak Pa doesn't have Malus. It's still 300 as a charm, okay. Wait, is there any chance I would ever play a build equipping a Wishnak Pa then? No, right? We just put it as a charm. Funny. Where can you get the legendary note Prodigy's Tempo? You can get it when you play a Spareborn. And you reach at least level 70. No, good night, casual. Yeah, we can put the Shattered Vial back, see what happens.
The stars align.
Yeah, there's one thing I realized, we have the drive node. That's actually kind of messing a little bit with our output here. Wasn't really thinking about that. This one is fine, this is fine. Okay, let's remove drive. And maybe Viscous. Okay, no Widow's Whip this time. Let's see it. This was like 5 seconds faster. With no charm. It could be it fucks with the riffing aspect, but it shouldn't. Because riffing aspect should count, you know, the total dot ever, right? No, the lunatic build is very good. Actually, it's updated it. It got a bit better this patch. Good technically you start. Oh! No +1, unfortunate. +1 on this one would be kind of interesting for Spiritborn, I think. So far I've not gotten a single Mythic Charm with +1. That's my 7th, I think. The double unique charm build. So we have this one which nearly doubles our damage, we have this one which nearly halves our damage. Perfect. Yeah, for these mythic seals, you need to have the +1. There's like some builds where it gets like kind of close. But the +1 is kind of the main thing that would set it apart. Next I'll get the Rogue Charm with +1, yeah, for sure. I can't wait. Dude, I need to be able to equip Shattered Bow on the Twisting Blades Rogue. That'll be sick. Instead of a crossbow on the back, just have a pole arm on the back. And go. That'll be sick. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna run Widow's Web. Fuck it. I'm not doing this. We could do that. And then like the normal weapon versus this, I mean, you have to do instant execute, I guess. You'll block this bullet. Thank you for the plan. Always masterwork on gem power, even the rings. If you have big gems, it could be worthwhile, yeah. If you want to be more defensive, I guess. You get a lot of defense there. Is this build any good for pits? Yes. But only if you want to be faster than 1 minute. Shit, did I change the aspect? Oops. No, I don't have the rune right now. But we are just testing right now. I actually have some Paragon nodes unspec'd and stuff as well. Trying to figure stuff out. I'm just using Z as a target dummy right now. Okay, there's about an aspect on the neck right now. I've got the imprint. Nothing pestilence, so we put pestilence on the neck, I guess. Can you find more Tracer Echoes? You can find it again, yeah. Don't worry. It might take a while, but you can just try them.
Fate must have plans for you.
And most Tracers drop in Under City. I need Belials, man. I just want to test Seer, man. Just tank it. This thing actually does so much damage. I had 14 million toughness at full barrier and everything. And it took like 60% of my barrier. So that's like 4.5 million or something. This thing is no joke, dude. Did Warlock get a huge nerf? No, they got buffed actually in this patch. Okay, let's try Widow's Web again, once more. If you got a weapon with gem strength, it shouldn't replace it until you get another. If you get a weapon with gem strength, you're done. You're not gonna try anymore. Dude, this kit is like 3 times longer or something. With Widow's Web equipped. Instead of nothing. And they even have ads here. It's not even a single target boss. There's like ads and stuff. What the fuck? This was a full minute. From the click. Screw this. The build is called Evade Counter Swarm on Maxwell. Nice, Gratz summon.
To break another's work.
Okay, so in that case, screw Widow's Web. But if you want to try this setup a little bit for higher pits, I guess. So so many seals here.
Oh, look what the tide washed up.
Yo, Oogie, that's the whole point, by the way. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do this. Why is the setup for endgame and pits different? Maybe you're looking at tower at endgame? What do you mean exactly? Pushing bit was endgame, yeah. Yeah, I mean you go from like 2-minute runs to 10-minute runs. So, you know, that's has completely different requirements for your build. And completely different strategies. What's the best warlock build this season? Lunatic. Which cases should I save for the alts? Not gold or material. Kinda feel like the Shattered Wow was better. I don't know, I like the Shattered Wow. I guess you have the advantage here, I could run with Blood Mad Idol. If I get hit every 8 seconds, which is kind of a big if sometimes. I don't want to get sick again, I guess. Does it also work on these guys? I guess it does, yeah. 50 unsolvable. Wild. Don't have Vortex, no. I'm not pushing. Vortex is like pushing stuff. I mean, we already have a Giga toughness anyway. I go to like 17 million or something without resolve. It's kind of crazy. So we definitely don't need it for farming. Kind of funny that out of all the builds, it's just the tankiest build I played. Like, what happened here? Besides like the Giga resolve maybe on like the Druid or something. Yeah, but so much toughness. And I equip items that say plus life and armor and resistances. Then maybe I even throw a defensive aspect on my gear. That's it. Yeah, T12 is not a very high bar. But on like shitty builds, you definitely need to know a little bit what you're doing.